never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
And just like that, we've got a Wednesday. Is that correct? All right. So midweek coming on here. Hey, Mike, hump day. So, hope your week's going well. Off to a good start. Reached that midway point here. Give you all the latest what's going on. Try to catch up over the past day. Got a convoy supposed to be heading down to D.C. today. That's our friend out of Pennsylvania. Not garnering near the attention of the People's Convoy, which is also slated to depart Wednesday from California, making that cross-country trek into D.C. We'll see how many drivers participate. He's not really, in all the interviews, I haven't heard him throw out any numbers. I think he's just hoping many drivers will join in along the way as they're heading into D.C. I believe when they head out of Scranton, PA, going to make a stop in Harrisburg on the ride down, the Pennsylvania state capital there. Bob Bolus is his name. And he says ultimately it may be the whole Beltway blocked down. We're making a statement for you people. I'll give you more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, let's get a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country, what a difference a day can make. I've been talking all week about a 1-2 punch. System number one. Still bringing rain primarily to much of the southeast tonight. Eastern Kentucky. Now let's see here. Looks like the rains are pretty much south of Charleston, West Virginia. Rains now have pushed east of Bowling Green, so we still have rain from Nashville to Jefferson City, down into Huntsville, Alabama. Really, the rain just beginning to move into Huntsville. Got some heavy rains down into Tupelo. Then showers extending all the way back into central portions of Louisiana. Now, some of these cells are dropping some pretty significant rainfall amounts. So we've got flood warnings in place for much of northern Alabama at this hour. Now, we had a tornado watch. Technically, that tornado watch for northern Alabama, it's still in place, but for just the next hour, unless things change and they extend that. That tornado watch will be expiring. We have not seen any tornado warnings in the last number of hours. We have seen some severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, some of these cells packing a punch. Now, right on the heels of what was flash flood watches and severe weather advisories from 24 hours ago, we're now looking ahead to system number 2, which all begins to come together today, which now, look at the map here. We see winter storm warnings for much of eastern Oklahoma, about the northern half of Arkansas, southern Missouri, southern portions of Illinois as well. That's winter storm warnings, where we're going to see some of the heavier accumulations. Probably before we get out of here at 5 a.m. Eastern time, we'll begin to see some of those winter storm warnings extending up into parts of Indiana, through the heart of Illinois, on up into parts of Ohio, eventually in the northeast, as this storm all begins to come together. Winter weather advisories extending all the way down into central Texas with this system. I'm going to jump up to some of the areas there in, say, like northern Arkansas, from Jonesboro to Conway, and areas, everything north of that, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Harrison, Arkansas, Mountain Home. Those areas all under winter storm warnings. Now, the ice, this particular system is going to be bringing quite a bit of ice accumulation of 1/4 of an inch or more in the forecast. Some locally higher amounts in the terrain of the mountainous regions there, western and central Arkansas, starting later Wednesday morning and through the day Thursday. Concerns of power outages, tree damage possible due to the ice, and travel could be nearly impossible. That's from the Weather Service in Little Rock. Here's another advisory from the same office there. Expect widespread ice accumulations between 1/4 and 1/2 an inch, with up to 1 inch possible in some spots. Wow. Now, some light sleet and snow accumulation up to 1 inch are also possible. So they're talking freezing rain. The ice accumulations, 1/4 to 1/2, and maybe even 1 inch. When you get to those numbers, that causes catastrophic damage to trees and power lines. This is for portions of northwest, north central, and northeast Arkansas, generally along the and north of Clarksville to Russellville to Heber Springs to Newport line. Higher elevations expected to see the greatest impacts. Again, power outages, tree damage due to the ice, travel nearly impossible. So this winter storm warning means significant amounts of snow, sleet, or ice are expected to occur. Strong winds are also possible. This will make travel very hazardous to impossible. Have your winter weather survival kits on hand if you must travel. Let's take you a bit further to the west, to the Weather Service office in Tulsa, where winter storm warnings are in effect starting 6 a.m. Wednesday until 6 p.m. Thursday. Mixed wintry precipitation expected, which could be heavy at times during the day, both Wednesday and Thursday, including a few isolated thunderstorms. Total sleet accumulation up to 1 inch, ice accumulations of 1/10 to 1/2 of an inch. Now, this is east, central, northeast, and southeast Oklahoma, on over into northwest and west central portions of Arkansas, 6 a.m. Wednesday to 6 p.m. Thursday. A lot of ice, again, anticipated with this particular system, freezing rain. We're kind of in the lull, actually, in that region. We're in between the two storms right now. With the rain you're contending with at this hour, that's all going to be pushing out overnight. And in short order, our next system is rapidly going to be coming together. Matter of fact, we're looking at a little bit of snow back into parts of Colorado, from Denver to maybe up towards Cheyenne. It's not a widespread snow at this point in time, but you'll find some spotty snow showers, snow on back all the way down to southwestern portions of Utah at this hour. You may even see a little bit of rain in the Las Vegas area, believe it or not. Twin storms this week. Bernie Rayno, AccuWeather's chief on-air meteorologist. Impacts from the first storm started all the way back on Monday morning. The heavy rain, the thunderstorms, eastern Texas to Alabama. We saw some of those stronger storms even through the overnight hours Monday night. Had at least 6 people injured in a multi-vehicle crash on 94 Monday. There was a massive pileup, another one of those like 100 vehicle deals in the Pacific Northwest. Matter of fact, it's right about the time, it would have been like 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern, so it was just after the midnight hour on the West Coast. And I was talking about the other big pileup that had occurred earlier in the week. So we're probably going to be dealing with similar scenarios with these storms this week. And lo and behold, right about that time, one of those massive pileups was unfolding. We've got more details on that coming up. Now, a general 6 to 12 inches was forecast from the Dakotas to northern Michigan, Minneapolis and Fargo. By this past morning, Tuesday morning, over 20 inches of snow was on the ground in Washburn, Wisconsin, just east of Duluth, Minnesota. What snow had already fallen was considered to be a bonus because the second round from the same storm brought more snow to much of the same area. Things winding down there tonight. Now, let's look ahead a bit. Since the second storm is going to be much colder, impacts as far as wintry precipitation, snow and ice will be much further to the south in the central and northeastern portions of the country. Locations from the mid-Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley, the mid-Atlantic region. Big-time drop in temperatures is on the way. We touched on that last evening. Indianapolis, for instance, you were 60 degrees Monday and Tuesday. Later today, you're probably going to be maybe in the low 30s for high temperatures. I think 24 hours ago, we were at, I believe, 57 outside the secret bunker. It's 46 tonight, and temperatures are going to be dropping, going the wrong direction through the day today. Now, there's going to be an extensive zone of ice or a wintry mix, some sleet, some freezing rain, stretching from central Texas all the way to southern New England between now and Friday. as system number 2 begins to wind up. Anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of ice may glaze exposed surfaces along that 1,700-mile stretch. Now, you really would prefer to have the sleet versus the freezing rain. Areas that do see more sleet will only have sporadic power outages. The heavier amounts of freezing rain obviously will cause more tree damage, power lines. There's going to be some areas that will see widespread power outages, anywhere from north central Texas, northwest Arkansas, and southern Missouri. That's why I started off with some of those advisories when they're talking about anywhere from 1/2 inch to maybe as much as 1 inch of freezing rain. Look out. Now, this second storm is going to bring a significant amount of snow from central Oklahoma all the way to northern and central New England. Now, even though sleet may cut down on accumulations in part of that zone, 3 to 6 inches of snow is anticipated from central Missouri to northern Ohio and southeastern Michigan. That all begins to unfold Wednesday night and through the day Thursday and maybe even into Friday. Heaviest snow from this second system is going to be the southern tier of New York to Maine. The Northeast is going to get hammered by this one. A general 6 to 12 inches from Thursday to Friday. There will be a pocket of 12 to 18 inches. Could see, according to AccuWeather, storm max totals approaching 30 inches in portions of central and southern Vermont, New Hampshire to northwestern Massachusetts. This second storm's wintry precipitation undoubtedly will bring some delays to some of our major airline hubs from Denver to St. Louis to Chicago, all the way to the eastern seaboard, New York City to Boston, and those hundreds of regional airports in between. Another major aspect when you combine Storm System 1 and 2 is the heavy rain that can aggravate or lead to small stream and river flooding, especially for parts of northern Louisiana to portions of Pennsylvania. Generally 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. When you combine systems 1 and 2, some areas could see rainfall totals 6 to 10 inches when all is said and done there. All right, our number 844-844-3388. I hope you've been enjoying your spring-like temperatures there in the Northeast. You may be even overnight tonight. Get ready for the winter weather shock as we head into the Wednesday. Yeah, temperatures are still going to peak in the mid-60s from Boston to New York City today. They're telling us Philadelphia and D.C. may actually be near 70 today, approaching some record levels that will rapidly be erased with this next wave of cold air by Thursday. So they're in the eastern seaboard tonight through your day Wednesday. Yeah, enjoy it. If the rains have ended, maybe you get an opportunity to get outdoors a little bit. Matter of fact, the rain has ended in New York City. Much of Pennsylvania is pretty quiet tonight. Still looking at rain from Boston up into Portland, Maine. You get up into Maine, there's a lot of ice being depicted via the radar there. See if we have any kind of advisories we have there in the Northeast. Yeah, it's winter weather advisories, so... All right, a little mixed precip coming your way in the Northeast. Meanwhile, checking in out of the box here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Hello to Zorro. John is on board. Heavy D checking in. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Dave says, morning, everyone. Truck safe. We've got 61 breezy in New Jersey tonight. I'm loving this summer weather before we go back to the teens next week. The only thing Joe Biden has built back better that I can see is Russia. Good point, Dave. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in. We've got 25 degrees this good Wednesday morning. Bama checking in from Bluntville, Alabama. Cloudy, 68 degrees. Have you tried joining Trump's new social media platform? I downloaded the app, and he said, I'm number 200,000 and something on the waiting list. Now, we touched on that last evening, that I guess there's been an overwhelming response. So many trying to join up. That's impressive. You're probably approaching 250,000 people on the waiting list. That's pretty wild. Now, I have not yet tried to download it. I saw that they were having problems, and I said, I'll give it a few days, let the dust settle. But I'm definitely going to be checking out the new platform there. Norman, happy hump day. Checking in from north central Arkansas, 4 degrees. North winds. Sitting at the home 20 again tonight, feeding the fire, trying to stay warm, right? Freedom Convoy today. Yes, hello, Brian. Freedom Convoy gets underway. Hello to Miguel, checking in from a home 20. We've got 74 degrees in Homestead, Florida. Unfortunately, I'm still in Facebook jail. Anyway, stay safe overnight drive crew. Gonna be listening till I get some shut-eye. God bless. Gear Jammer out. Chevy guys on board. Morning from Jacksonville, Florida. There's Dale checking in with 69 degrees, a clear night. Our other listening friend in the Sunshine State, Captain Ron, checking in. Just trailer trucking, waiting for the best show on the airwaves. Now, who are you waiting for there, Captain Ron? Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy hump day. 57 degrees here in El Paso. Headed over to Pecos, Texas to meet another team, then on back to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Timothy said we've got 57 degrees here, kind of in between the rain cells. Nancy jumps on board. She said, I love Big Moose's song, along with the original opening music for the overnight drive. James got cloudy, mild 60 degrees in Woodstock, Georgia at this hour. Morning, Steve, and the drivers. Buster Brown just did another 14-hour package day in K-Town. And my law enforcement boots have kept my feet dry. Well, that's a good thing. Dipsy driver on board. Morning, Steve. All the hardworking men and women on the road and the first responders on the ready out there. Everyone, please stay safe. Scarecrow's on board. Hello there. Morning, Steve. Scarecrow Long. Mr. Q is listening in. Gilligan and fellow listeners on board. Warm, rainy night on I-81, 56 in Christiansburg, Virginia. Got 57 degrees downtown Pottery Edition, Ohio, with a little bit of light rain. Thank you, Michael. Shadow Artist checking in, 57 degrees in Brooksville, partly cloudy. Done with the Skywarn renewal class this year. 2 fun hours of PowerPoint presentation. Good times. All right, looking at 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Burnley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, while giving you all the info about the next big wintry mix that's going to be impacting the central and eastern USA, I do not want to ignore our friends out west, because this storm's also going to be bringing quite a mess to much of Utah, Colorado, even northern Arizona, northern portions of New Mexico, about the northern half of Arizona. I guess realistically, depending on your elevation, when you get out the mountainous terrain, the higher elevations all under winter storm warnings, lower elevations under winter weather advisories. But zoom into the zone from parts of Utah to Colorado, and I'm going to click on the link here from the Weather Service office in Grand Junction. Yeah, they're talking heavy snow. Winter storm warning in effect until 5 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday. So you've got all day today where you're going to see accumulations 6 to 12 inches, winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. In Utah, the Tavaputs Plateau. In Colorado, the Roan and Tavaputs Plateaus, if that's the way you pronounce it. What was the next advisory here? Some of the mountainous areas, obviously heavier accumulations. The San Juan Mountains, the La Salle and Abajo Mountains, including the cities of Ridgeway, Glade Park, Telluride, Lake City, and Monticello. Heavy snow, blowing snow, snow accumulations 7 to 14 inches with locally higher amounts. Total accumulations 1 to 2 feet with locally higher amounts. Winds gusting to 50 miles per hour. That's nearly blizzard conditions, folks. So this is from, until 11 a.m. Winter storm warning till 11 a.m. Mountain Time Thursday morning. Going to have travel difficulties out west. Let's jump into one more from the Weather Service office there in Grand Junction, where they're talking, the cities of Gateway, Dove Creek, Durango, Bayfield, Pagosa Springs. Heavy snow, total accumulation 5 to 12 inches, higher amounts possible in the San Juan foothills, winds up to 45 miles per hour. So again, undoubtedly hazardous travel conditions in that part of the country. So we'll pass that on. Good morning, Lone Ranger. This may be a first time. I think you've got us right out of the box 3 nights in a row now. What's going on?
Well, I changed my sleep schedule around because I got tired of missing the program. I can't listen very long because I get up early in the morning, but I changed my alarm clock from 5:30 to 6:30. So, and then the weather's been crappy, and who the heck wants to get out of bed to look at crappy weather? So right now it's 56 degrees here. But Friday, when you started talking about this storm, I checked the Weather Channel while I was on hold. Friday, they won 38 degrees with mixed precip. But then Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night, we're looking at teens. And I don't know which is worse, all the mixed precip freezing, which turns the whole area into a skating rink, or the $3.40 a gallon heating oil that you're going to need to keep warm for those 4 nights.
Yeah, no doubt.
This heating oil is killing people around here. Most of the houses around here are heated with oil. There's some with natural gas, but not that many. But even the natural gas, I think, went way up. I saw a report the other day, LP gas went up 226%. Now, what is LP gas? Is that propane or is that just natural gas? I don't know what
I think that's propane.
LP gas is, but yeah. Well, I got some friends that have propane, but boy, I'll tell you, this is really That's all people are talking about, is how much money they have to spend just to get by. Because this is generally, working class area, no rich people around. There's some, but not many. And it's really, really hurting people. The guys that I have breakfast with are contractors, and lumber went way back up again. And there's people that are canceling out home projects because when they get the price, they just step back 3 steps. Or what? How much? Unless it's something necessary, like if a guy wants a new deck on his house, as soon as he hears the price with the increased price of lumber, he just, okay, forget about it. I'll wait till it goes down. I don't need it. So it's costing these guys work, business. And again, like I said the other night, whenever a company has an increase in cost, they pass it on to the consumer. When the restaurant's food bill goes up, they raise their prices. When Home Depot's lumber wholesale price goes up, they raise the retail price. But when it gets to us, the consumers, we can't pass it on. We just have to eat it. So it's just, I don't know where this is going to end, but eventually people are just going to say, that's enough. They're going to cut way back on their spending. And when people stop spending, that's a recession, because the economy runs on spending. And when you take all the money out of somebody's pocket, they have no more to spend. So I don't know where this is going to end. Now, they just said a little while ago here, this thing with Russia is going to send our energy prices through the roof, right through the roof. So it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Now, I cashed in those 2 stock portfolios because I kind of speculated on this getting bad as soon as Biden got elected, because he's such a moron, such a disaster. And I looked at it yesterday. I sold out. It was the Dow was at 35.9 when I sold out, and yesterday it was 33 something. So I'd be happy to be wrong, but it looks like it might be heading down. This Russia thing has really got people nervous.
How ugly it's going to get is the big question. Hold on for a moment. I'm going to get to my news break, but you've been talking, when we come back here, Ranger, you've been talking about looking at homes in Arizona the last couple of nights. And what are those prices looking at? The report this past day, house prices saw the most significant increase in at least 34 years last year, rising nearly 20%, according to the data released from the S&P CoreLogic U.S. National Home Price Index. Mass migration to the South, the Southwest, and the Mountain West drove some of the sharpest increases in home prices. The biggest jump, Ranger, was in Phoenix. House prices reached up 32.5%. Tampa, Miami, San Diego, Las Vegas, Denver, LA also saw large appreciations. The influx of new investment is pulling in new residents from the Northeast, many of whom sold homes at prices well above the median in Tampa and Miami, which allows them to bid aggressively on the homes that are on the market. But that's unreal. Phoenix topping the list, an increase of 32.5% just last year. We'll return in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says his administration will levy sanctions on Russian banks and individuals in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's movement of troops into the eastern region of Ukraine. This move, as the crisis in Ukraine is already causing a spike in energy prices, which has the White House reportedly considering another release of petroleum from the government's strategic oil reserves. Energy expert Phil Flynn telling Fox News that's not the way to go.
That's not why we have a strategic petroleum reserve, because you can't stabilize the price of oil with so little oil.
Home prices surged nearly 19% last year. The S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller Index showing that Phoenix topped the list with a 32% annual increase. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties, Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So they tell us economists are kind of viewing the housing boom. They say things are changing. We previously suggested that the strength in the housing market was being driven in part by a change in locational preferences. As households react to the COVID pandemic, more data will be required to understand whether this demand surge represents an acceleration of purchases that would have occurred maybe over the next several years, rather than a more permanent secular change. But they tell us the real estate market saw the most existing homes sold in 15 years in 2021. Sales topping 6 million homes, while the supply sunk to an all-time low, according to the Daily Mail. But those were startling numbers out of Phoenix, a 35% increase in prices. Good golly.
Well, I'll tell you what I just went through. 2 quick stories. The guy I bought this 58 Corvette from in Riverside, California, 2 weeks ago, is moving to South Carolina. California native, born and raised in California. He's had it with liberals. He's getting out. And his attitude was, the average house in California now is $800,000. He had a nice house in Riverside. There's kind of like a hilly area. He had a beautiful, beautiful house. Sold his house for $850,000. And the house he bought in South Carolina is near Hilton Head, and it's on the beach. He got a house on the beach with, I guess, a pretty good piece of land, and he paid $660,000 for that. Now in South Carolina, I think that'd be a pretty high price, but compared to where he's from, that's a low price because he can put $200,000 in his pocket and live on the beach. So, of course, I told him I wish he would have brought the Corvette over there because I wouldn't have to go so far for it. But he said, as a kid, I always wanted to live on the beach. He said, but to live on the beach in California costs you millions. And he said, I was shocked that I bought a house on the beach in South Carolina for $660,000. Then the other story I'll tell you, I sent the agent $1,000, even though this house that I wanted in Arizona had 2 people on it within a day and a half. So I couldn't get to it quick enough. And I went ahead. Now the agents who represent the sellers in California can't also represent the buyers. So the girl who was the agent for the seller gave me the name of a guy. He turned out to be a great guy. So he said, send me $1,000. He says, if this number, there was 2 people, one guy bailed out right away because he got in an argument with the agent. The second guy was a cat. Now here's what's happening too. These houses are going to cash buyers. These people don't even need mortgages that are buying these houses because they're selling their house where they're from a whole bunch of money. So I had to wait for this cash buyer who was number 2 to change his mind or fall apart. But I said, now he was offering less than asking price. And I told the seller's agent, I said, look, I'm willing to pay full asking price for this house and just write a check. Because it was a 3,200 square foot house. Beautiful house, view of the mountains, the whole thing. So she said, oh my God, you're not supposed to tell me that. I'm not supposed to know that. I said, I want you to know it because number 2 guy is offering less than full asking price and you work on commission. So while you're sitting at the table, you're going to have that in your mind and you have 3 kids. Full asking price is going to give you a bigger commission check. So as it turned out, they had a inspection on Thursday, inspection on Friday, and my agent told me that the inspections came through, no problems, no repairs, and it was a beautiful, beautiful. I'll send you a picture of it. It was like an Adobe style house, like a Spanish style, beautiful house. Mm-hmm. So he said to me yesterday. He said, I know of a property that's going to come up for sale in the same general area. He said, a friend of mine lives in a neighborhood, but they have a problem. They put up a building, and part of the building is on the neighbor's land because when they put up the building at the time, they didn't need building permits when it was put up. And they didn't get a survey, and they were a couple feet over, so they're trying to buy a piece of the land. So I said, okay, do me a favor. Don't let it go on the market, because if it goes on the market, within hours it'll be gone. So he's going to talk to the people, tell them that he has a cash buyer, and well, he hadn't even seen it. He's going to send me pictures. I said, I want the size of the property, the square footage of the house, the size of the building, because my children all have wheels on them, so I need a big home for my children. So anyway, I'm working on that now. But these houses are selling, Steve, within hours. Now, the ones I was looking over in Parker, Arizona, because I wanted to live on the Colorado River, $220,000 for a mobile home that was built in 1973, sitting on leased land, and you got to pay $257 a month to look at the river. And I told the agent, I said, a 1973 mobile home around here, if it still even exists because they fall apart, is worth about $500. So you want $220,000 for a $500 mobile home, in my opinion, on somebody else's land.
Wow.
I said, that's insane. So I gave up on the Colorado River. So I've been looking in different areas of Arizona. But my nephew lives in Gilbert, which is just east of Phoenix. And that is built up. That has expanded incredibly. And the houses are very, very high priced. Very high priced. His house, he's only had it maybe 5 years. It's doubled in value. So I got in an argument with a friend of mine owns a real estate company here in town, and he is just loving these high prices. I said, we're getting so ripped off. Even with, oh no, real estate, it's the market. He says the lenders are being very, very conservative with very low interest rates. I said, Ronnie, they have to. If the interest rate was any higher, since the house is $100,000 overpriced, people would not qualify for the payment. That's why the interest rates are low.
Sure.
These lenders have it calculated how much money a person can spend. So anyway, that's where I'm at now. But I'll send you a picture of this house, and you'll see why I wanted it. Now, the reason I called, and I don't want to be on too long because you have other callers, I am starting to feel a little bit better because people finally grew some testicles and are fighting back. This woke BS that we've been putting up with, people have finally, I think, had enough of it. You got all, other than our schools, now our learning institutions, of course, we know are now institutions of indoctrination. And all of these liberal, fascist, racist, they're pushing this racist CRT thing. If you're born white, you're a racist. If you're born black, you're a victim. That is racist in itself because you're judging somebody by their skin color. That is racist in itself, but it's going on and on in our schools. But people are fighting back with these school boards. And of course, you had the big protest up in Canada, and I still can't believe what they're doing to those guys.
Yep.
They're taking people's bank accounts. Basically, what those truckers, their violation was illegal parking. That's it. The protest is legal. No buildings burned. Nobody got shot. They're trying to paint them as racist because, the term racist usually works for them. There was two people. One guy had a Nazi flag and one guy had a Confederate flag, but they were in town. They weren't even anywhere near the protest. So I think they were probably plants put there by the liberals because they gave them an excuse to call them racist. There was nothing to do with race in that protest whatsoever. Everybody's waving Canadian flags. And now they're taking these people's money. They're taking their trucks, all because they were illegally parked. This guy is a dictator. This is something you'd see in China. It's one step above China, where they used to run protesters over with army tanks. Remember that, Tiananmen Square? How this Trudeau is getting away with it? I can't believe he's getting away with this. So now, what's going to materialize here in America? Who knows? We've been hearing about truck strikes and truck protests since since the 70s, and it never materializes. Most of the American truck drivers do all their protesting on Channel 19. When it comes down to a big long, that convoy had hundreds and hundreds of trucks in it. I forgot how many they said there was.
Yep.
But the thing I'm most proud of is Kyle Rittenhouse. He is suing every single person that slandered him and called him a murderer, including Whoopi Goldberg. He's suing Whoopi Goldberg personally. He's suing everybody. God bless him. He must have been talking to Nicholas Sandmann. Nicholas Sandmann's going to be close to a billionaire before he's done with all his lawsuits. And all he did, his violation, was standing there and smiling at the guy that was in front of him. And he was labeled as a racist for standing there smiling. And of course, Kyle Rittenhouse was called a murderer after he was acquitted on national TV. So he has really stepped up, and he'll probably be a billionaire before that. That's what has to happen. These loudmouth left-wing jackasses, Joy Reid is the biggest racist on TV. They shoot their mouth off, but there is such a thing as slander. You can't defame somebody's character. It's against the law. So now they're making them pay. They're hitting them in the pocketbook, and that's where you got to hit them. If it's going to cost them a bunch of money, they might think before they talk. But generally speaking, I'm just happy. You know, we're against this whole woke thing. And what's funny about that is the people who are disgusted with it are now awake. So they're awake and fighting against woke. And I'm the happiest guy in the world. But what is your email address? I'll send you a picture of that house. What is your email address there?
Steve, Steve, Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Oh, speaking of Hot Shot, real quick, if you got a minute.
Yes.
So it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com or just hotshot.com? Hotshot Secret?
Hotshotsecret.com.
I was watching, I watch the Motor Trend channel a lot because I'm a gearhead. And they have this show called Truck U where they work on trucks and beef them up and all this stuff. But they were working on this Dodge diesel, and they were talking about how this ultra low sulfur fuel is really damaging to these diesel engines. And they showed different things it'll do because the sulfur in the fuel is what lubricated the diesel engine. So when you take out the sulfur, you don't have lubrication.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a table with a whole row of Hot Shot Secret bottles on it, you know, different products. And they said that this Hot Shot Secret, they dumped it in the tank of this Dodge pickup. They said this provides the lubrication that you need for the injectors and all the working parts, that the lack of sulfur causes a problem, and this puts the lubrication back in where it used to be sulfur for lubrication. This puts it in. So they had a lot of good things to say about Hot Shot Secret. And I just, you know, it kind of caught me off guard a little bit because I didn't know how far this product, how expanded. But when it's on national TV, I think that's a pretty good sign. And these guys are pretty good mechanics on there. They know what they're talking about. And they showed one of the injectors. They said when they get screwed up from lack of lubrication, the injector goes out crooked. And when it goes out crooked, the truck doesn't run right. So that's what helps. All right, I'm holding you up too long, Steve.
Hey, great to hear from you. Thank you much. And I'll look forward to that. Yeah, I think Pappy said, sounds like maybe we need to buy a couple of them $500 trailers and move them out to Arizona. That's a get-rich-quick scheme, right? Good to have you on board, Pappy. Who else we got checking in here? Let me flip back over. Let me see here. There we go, stream chat. Eskimo Mom on board. Howdy from Columbus. Doing a run to Columbus area store for my first load. Don't know about my next, but I'm watching the temper drop west of me. That is correct. Daniel, I go out to Fargo, North Dakota tonight. Still had no travel advised, but the road was open. Just had to watch where you were driving because of the snow drifts. The truck temperature showing like 10 below over here by Bismarck. But the roads are good with these big pileups. They don't need to happen. People need to start paying attention and stop tailgating, this bumper to bumper, acting like they're going to get lost if they're not tailgating each other. All right, hello to Gerald in Russellville, Arkansas. Burr. Yeah, pick up at Tyson. Going to Florida. Be-Do checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Waiting on my loads back to Youngstown, 15 car. Hello from Charlotte, Steve. It was a perfect day. That is about to change, though. Everyone have a safe night out there. Hello to Mike in Beaver Creek checking in this morning. Heat wave, morning from Rosenberg, Oregon, clear and cold. Damn. You chained up and threw up last night. Not a good working combination, but I feel much better now. Okay. Was it all the work of chaining up? Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 50 degrees here on base at Nellis Air Force Base. I had quite a show watching the Thunderbirds this afternoon. Santa Claus out. That's pretty cool. I'd love to be able to be on location to see those guys practicing. Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas, 33 degrees, cloudy. They're calling for freezing rain and sleet Wednesday night into Thursday. About to head out to Jonesboro to pick up the papers this morning. Hello to Pappy. Daggone it, I tuned in late. I missed Moose's intro song. All right, hopefully I'll make it to 0300 hours, right? Are y'all with me? Mercedes got out of bed and sat in the wheelchair for a couple of hours tonight. How about that? 2 thumbs up. Everybody be safe. Thank you for the update there, Pappy. So making steady progress the way it sounds. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, rolling toward news update, top of the hour, just a couple minutes away. We'll check in with Overnight Drive's Convoy Chaser. Extreme Propane 1. Looking for all the troops on the Capitol Beltway. Okay, let me see here. Who else we got? Shorty's on board. How much the price of a barrel of oil today? I haven't checked in recent hours. I'll pull that up for you. And Crazy Ray said 91.98. I'm guessing that's West Texas Intermediate. But I'll do a check. Let's see. Cleo, 13 degrees in Wichita at this hour, southbound to turn in the truck. Then I'll hop on a plane to Portland for a new job. Several folks saying good luck with the new job there. Santa Claus says, I'll be eyeballing the convoy tomorrow. Hopefully I can get some video. Santa Claus out. He also said, when did he post that here? 37, so about 20 minutes ago. In less than an hour at the time, he said, it will be 22 military time. That's Pacific time zone, where, yes, on your military time, February 22nd of 22, at 2200 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. So still dealing with the 22 stuff. Sylvester actually stayed up. Of course, they're a number of hours ahead of us, and he sent me the photograph that he snapped this past morning there in Australia when they hit that time. 22. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 67 degrees here. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Curtis says, it was good to hear from Lone Ranger. Yeah, 3 nights in a row there. So, hey, thanks for all those checking in. Our number, 844-844-3388. Scrapyard, I guess you had to drop off there. I apologize. I left him holding too long, didn't I? All right, you got your roller coaster ride temperature-wise there in the east. The warmest air spreads from the Ohio Valley to the interior northeast. That was yesterday. Yeah, to the I-95 corridor in the Atlantic coast today. Now, you're looking for temperatures to peak in the middle 60s from Boston to New York, maybe even 70 from Philly to D.C. But get ready. Rude awakening. Cold air dives in from Canada and the Great Lakes behind the first of those 2 storms. And it will envelop the Northeast by the time Thursday rolls around. Now, while the start of meteorological spring is March 1st, not far off, temperatures by Thursday will feel far from spring-like. You know, after having a couple of days where it really does feel like spring, you're going to feel like the calendar does shifted back to earlier in the winter by the end of the week. Temperatures will be slashed by 20 to as much as 40 degrees in just 24 hours. From, say, Morgantown, West Virginia, to Burlington, Vermont, to the East Coast cities of Raleigh, North Carolina, Atlantic City, New Jersey, and Portland, Maine. Pittsburgh forecast to have a high mid-30s Thursday, a full 25 degrees lower than what you saw like yesterday. In Boston, the day's high will also only be in the mid-30s. By Friday night, both cities are going to have low temperatures in the teens, with single digits likely in northern New England. It's going to be crazy. Further south across the mid-Atlantic, not quite as low, but the temperature change will be pronounced. High temperatures in Richmond, Virginia, going to drop just over 25 degrees between midday today to Thursday afternoon. A high in the mid-40s for the Virginia capital Thursday, after temperatures will reach the 70s today for Wednesday. Big fluctuation coming on. It's 844-844-3388. Jump on board this Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says his administration will levy sanctions on Russian banks and individuals in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's movement of troops into the eastern region of Ukraine. This move, as the crisis in Ukraine is already causing a spike in energy prices, which has the White House reportedly considering another release of petroleum from the government's strategic oil reserves. Energy expert Phil Flynn telling Fox News that's not the way to go.
That's not why we have a strategic petroleum reserve, because you can't stabilize the price of oil with so little oil.
Home prices surged nearly 19% last year. The S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller Index showing that Phoenix topped the list with a 32% annual increase. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
The CDC is preparing another set of masking guidelines. And with that story, here's USA Radio's Lance Pry.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is expected to loosen its indoor masking guidelines to states very soon. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC, is expected to announce masking guidelines Wednesday at a White House COVID-19 response team briefing. At this time, nothing has been finalized yet, but the CDC is considering a new benchmark for whether masks are needed or not. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Supreme Court has decided to take up the case of a Colorado web designer who is opposed to creating wedding websites for same-sex couples because of her religious beliefs. The latest clash to become before the court involving claims of religious liberty and state laws that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. The court said in its brief on the decision, it will be deciding the question of whether applying public accommodation laws to compel an artist to speak violates the free speech clause of the First Amendment. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon is facing backlash over his handling of charging a transgender person after audio recordings of the offender celebrating getting a light sentence. Hannah Tubbs pleaded guilty of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom when she was 17 and identified as a boy. Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney John Hutami is describing the victim and her mother's reaction. Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney John Hutami is describing the victims and her mother's reaction to the recording on Fox News.
The victim and the victim's mom feel like they've been abandoned, that they haven't been given justice, that the DA basically ignored them.
Gascon is facing a recall election in Los Angeles. The final ratings for the 2022 Winter Olympics are out, and it's bad news for NBC.
There were many reasons to think NBC made a wise business decision in 2014 when it secured the American media rights to the Olympics through 2032 for $7.75 billion. As the controversial Beijing Winter Olympics come to a close, Americans have lost interest in the games this go-around. According to Nielsen's rating service, American viewership was down 42% from the 2018 Winter Olympics in South Korea. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Yeah, I mentioned in hour number one, we're just going to kind of get ready because we're going to see more of this next 24, 48 hours. That is chaos on the roadways. Compliments of ice, sleet, snowfall. Tuesday morning, Oregon transportation officials finally able to reopen I-84. Closed much of the night. Massive pileup. Oregon State Police initially responded to the pileup about 12:30 p.m. Monday. About 20 miles east of Pendleton, officers were notified of additional crashes as they were arriving. And once they were on the scene, they could hear the carnage, the crashes that were occurring behind them, according to the press release. According to state police, approximately 98 vehicles collided in a 1-mile stretch of the interstate. Police were unable to provide information on how many were injured. Oregon DOT was able to reopen eastbound 84 around midnight. Westbound lanes didn't get reopened until like 6:30 this past morning. But they did call this a large-scale incident, multiple agencies responding. They go through all the various jurisdictions that were on the scene, but what a mess, what a mess. Slow it down. And we all know when the snow's coming down at a heavy rate, you end up with near whiteout conditions. But in those sort of conditions, I'm thinking, you shouldn't be doing 50 miles per hour. I'm just thinking, right or wrong, but all right, our number 844-844-3388 to Extreme Convoy Chaser. You're going to be looking to join in or just get some video today?
Oh, I was riding in solidarity. I've already been halfway around the Capitol Beltway this morning, Your Honor.
Oh.
Where is everybody? So, anyway, I don't know. So, anyways, I guess we got to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? I don't even know where to go with this anymore. The whole thing's just off the rails all the way around the world. The whole world's off the rails.
Hump Day. There you go.
There you go. So is there anything special about 2/23, 22, or anything like that going on?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. I guess technically, can we put it down in the archives that 2/22/22 was the day Russia began their invasion of Ukraine? You think?
Yeah, you could do that. So anyways, I guess the only thing I got to remember for later today is that it was 26 years ago there that me and the Guppy got connected.
Oh, really?
Out there, and we did it in Lost Wages at the Little White Wedding Chapel there, the Elvis deal.
Yeah,
we did it there. So, but yeah, 26 years, Your Honor.
So was that a planned event, or was it just kind of spontaneous where you were in Vegas and said let's get married? Or
nope, it was planned. We went out there in the intention to do it.
Okay.
So, yep. So, but anyways, I don't know. So let's see. Let's do the weather here real quick. We got about 68 degrees here south of the nation's capital. So I don't know if they're still flapping their jaws up there and it's creating all this hot air around here. But yeah, it's pretty warm. But it's not the warmest day it's ever been, because the record for the hottest day, I'm not sure if it was for the 22nd or if the weatherman was stating for the 23rd coming up, but the record was set in 1874, 1874. 1874, Your Honor. I think they were still riding horses then, weren't they?
Yeah. So you had some
anyways,
global warming going on back then, huh?
I guess so. Probably all that flatulent there from the horses and the cows and that. They were, cattle driving across the country there on the Oregon Trail. So
I got a question about
anyway,
in regards to the convoy that's going to be coming down out of Pennsylvania today. Has your local news had any info, any word on how many trucks that they're anticipating with today's convoy, or no?
I didn't see one peep about the convoy being on the news. Other than the fact, they did say that all law enforcement is ready for whatever is going to happen. So I don't know what that was supposed to entail, but they did say that all law enforcement will be prepared for anything that's going to happen.
Okay.
So anyways, but other than that, they didn't say anything about, a route or when they expected them or, giving them safe passage or anything of that nature. Now my question is, with the way things usually end up on the Capitol Beltway, you usually end up with a backup, and for a good portion of the daylight hours, if something happens on the Capitol Beltway, I mean, a frog jumping on the road or something there pretty much causes the road to slow down to anywhere from 20 miles an hour to 5 miles an hour to complete stop and go traffic for 4 lanes in one direction. Now, if you get, say this deal comes down out of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and what do you think they might have? 100, 200 trucks together?
That's why I'm questioning. Yeah,
they're probably about a mile long, mile and a half long. The trucks. Now, if they're out there running 40 mile an hour at the minimum speed limit, and they think they're holding traffic up, and so 2 miles behind it, you got all the jam up on the Beltway. All the people are going to see is all the normal traffic jammed up on the Beltway. They aren't going to associate it with a truck convoy protest. So how is that supposed to work to prove a point?
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
What I'm saying?
Unless they were to actually block things, and shut things down for a period of time, which all I'm seeing is that is not that's not their intention, and that could get them arrested.
But if that happened, all that would do is have traffic sitting on the road, and all that traffic sitting on the road would have no idea why you're sitting on the road, because when it's an accident that happens, by the time you get done to the point that you can actually move on that road, by the time you actually get to where the accident happened, they've got it cleaned up, hauled away, put in storage. I mean, cars are probably been fixed and repainted by the time, you get from the end up to where the accident actually had happened.
Yeah.
So you don't even know what went on and why you were sitting there. All you know is you were sitting there. So I guess until you get home to see the news, and nobody watches the news anymore. So, I mean, I'm thinking these people have a whole lot better point to make is if they actually found some way to come in a group, and use either motor coaches or somehow or another get to where you use the metro, but get to downtown, get to the mall, get to where you can have 100,000 truck drivers standing in the mall. I think you'd have a whole lot better show of protest of taking over that area between the Capitol and the Washington Monument, and showing numbers there. When Martin Luther King Jr. had his "Let's Make a Dream" speech, I mean, not only was the mall filled, the way the reflecting pools were filled with people. I mean, it made a statement. Just having trucks out on the highway, I don't see where that's going to do anything more than just, except for the few people at the very front to see the trucks, or maybe possibly the people going in the other direction, which are going to just be kind of pointing and laughing, because that's about all anybody does is they say, "Hey, look, your side's jammed up, my side's not." But I don't see how having trucks out on the highway, I understand the principle, but I don't see how it's going to have an effect.
Will it make any influence? Will there be any influence whatsoever? Well, I guess we'll find out later today. It's
as I say, I think if they could figure out how to group, stage their truck somewhere out of DC, and or one of these big stadium lots. I mean, if there's some way they could get them into the stadium lot, I don't know if they're open enough to do that. But to park the truck somewhere where the trucks aren't going to cause interference and shouldn't get parking tickets like they had in Ottawa. And that was kind of crazy up there too, because I saw a couple of them up there. One guy got issued a parking ticket for like $1,100 or $1,200, and then the next day they came around and issued him a whole nother parking ticket, and that one was $65. It's like, can't you guys figure out what you're writing your tickets for? But I think they'd have a lot better influence on being on foot in Washington and being an organized group on foot than trying to do that, because there's just no way they're going to do anything past the Capitol Beltway going towards downtown, because they'll never allow the trucks to get off the Beltway to go into downtown.
Correct.
It just won't happen. So, anyways, that's about what I got for you here. I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see what the rest of the day brings. But I'm not sure. Are we supposed to have rain showers all day here? I think they were talking something about rain showers off and on all day. We get kind of off and on rain here all evening so far. So
all the rain,
I didn't know
all the rain we had this past day's coming your way. We did have several rounds. It's a pretty heavy rain. Yeah, consistently through much of the day. It's all kind of heading your direction there. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. Let's see here. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. 3-time champion Meat Huller. Shout out to all my trucking buddies. And get well, Lauren Weiss. Who else? There's old Rambler checking in. Morning, God's children. Rambler checking in. I wanted to call in last night, but I just got laid out and enjoyed all the other calls that came in. Jolly Green and Monkey Gouger's calls were very moving. Glad to hear Pappy's daughter, Mercedes, is doing better. That young lady has won our hearts, and I've been sure praying for that young lady. God has a plan for her, and I'm glad to hear Knucklebuster's daughter is doing better as well. Anyway, the Lord has laid some things on my heart tonight. I'll be calling in later. Love you all out there. Be safe, and God bless. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let's see whether the Louisiana Freebird checked in via email. And he said, Steve, loving the show. I just wanted to let you know I was able to create an account on Truth Social a couple hours ago, Trump's new platform. And I am number 523,690 on the waiting list. I saw several other posts via the chat room, YouTube and Facebook, people that are, well over the 500,000 mark on the waiting list. That's unreal. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. That's our number. And I think Lone Ranger said, forgot to mention something. First, I was looking at some of the photographs of the home there. That's pretty wild. It's just, Arizona, you don't really have any yard. You don't, there's, as far as like anything to water, you ain't got a lawn to have to mess with. You don't have to bother, I guess, having a lawnmower because you're out in the middle of the desert, right?
No, my nephew's house, his front yard is stone, and his backyard is funny. He has AstroTurf in his backyard.
That's what Heat Wave did.
Green, so it looks like he has a lawn.
He's got the fake lawn, the AstroTurf lawn. Yes, that's wild.
Yeah. Yep. The only problem is if you have pets, that can turn into a problem. But what I want to tell you is that these houses are going so fast. Now that house was pretty cool, you have to admit. And there was nothing else in the town that looked like that, so I was very disappointed. But as far as the land, it was on an acre and a quarter. And of course, I needed to put up a huge building, but the biggest area of the property was in front of the house. And that mountain range you see with the snow on top, that's looking out the front porch. So if I'd put a big building up in front, I'd block that view. So it kind of had a silver lining to, not getting the house had a little bit of a silver lining. But what I forgot to tell you is I had the agent keep my $1,000 check, and he's scouting things out for me. He lives there, and he knows a lot of people, and he said, I'll find you something. So I said, well, you just keep the check then. Don't send it back. But what's his name? Horse Feathers was exactly right. If you have a big traffic jam in Washington, D.C., nobody's going to even know there's a protest because it happens every day. It's an everyday thing. And I'm hoping that there's going to be a big turnout, but how many times have we seen this before with we're going to go on strike, we're going to protest, blah, blah, blah. And I noticed on this last trip to California and back, and I hate to say this, but there is as many bad truck drivers, if not more, than there are four-wheelers. Running down the exit-only lane and then cutting over at the last minute. I had to go, I delivered a convertible to Gardena, and it was 57 miles back east to Riverside on Route 91. And it's I think it was 5 or 6 lanes, but the 2 lanes on the right were mostly exit lanes. And every time I come up on an exit, it would be all backed up because all the self-centered jackasses would run down the exit-only lane because traffic was moving slow and then try to get over at the end, get back over. And they have a rule there, trucks or anything with a trailer, which was me, has to be in the far right lane next to the exit-only lane. So that's the lane that kept backing up because all the self-centered jackasses were trying to cut back over into that lane where all the trucks have to be literally in single file all the way across that Route 91. So I jumped over one lane because I had to get back to Riverside to pick up the car. Took me 2.5 hours to go 57 miles. And while I was in one lane over, I had a CHP come up next to me and he said on a loudspeaker, he said, and by the way, you have to do 55. They have that split speed limit out there, 70 for cars and 55 for trucks. What a disaster that state is. So he hollered at me on a loudspeaker. He goes, hey, you got a trailer, right lane, 55 miles an hour. So I had to sit there and put up with all that crap. But how anybody can live around all that traffic is beyond me. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I didn't know for sure if you got the pictures, but did you see that porch?
Yes.
How big that porch is?
Yep.
And then the view from the front porch is that mountain range with the snow on top. I would get up I don't want to spend another winter in Pennsylvania. I'm sick of it. We got 5 warehouses being built here within a mile of each other. This whole town's going to be a truck stop. the weather, the traffic. Half of New York City has moved over here, just like California. They're having the same problem in Arizona as we have here. All the people from the city coming over here and all the people from California coming over there. My friend that's in real estate, he said, it doesn't matter what price I put on a house. I put a price on it, do a comp, put a price on it. He goes, it turns into a bidding war. He's getting more than asking price for every house that he's selling around here.
Yep.
Because all the New Yorkers are coming with their big money, just like California people coming. So I'm working hard on it. But anyway, okay, sorry to hold you up. See you later.
Thanks for the update there. Yep, you got it. A couple other quickly from the email bag. I'm seeing, let's see, whoever sent that. Steve, unless you have a different exhibitor list, what I'm seeing, none of the OEMs, like the truck manufacturers, are going to be at the Mid-America Truck Show. And he said, way to go, Toby. Now, it's been 3 years. I couldn't imagine the OEMs. I just assumed naturally that all the OEMs would naturally be there unless they're stuck to that schedule where they had kind of several years ago, they were going to the biannual. So we'd be there in 1 year, then they do the German show the next, and back to Louisville, and on and unless the German show is also taking place this year, and that's where they're going to go. But having missed the 2019, 20, and 21 Mid-America, that's all right. Then let's see. Dipsy Driver checking in. I bought my wife's GMC Terrain, a 2018 with less than 25,000 miles that she was leasing for less than $19,000. Is there some kind of law that limits the price for buying a lease? Yeah, I thought that was a great deal. Now, other people can take advantage of. Maybe you or some of your listeners may know. Well, as far as I'm concerned, no, I don't have the answer to that question, but with my Subaru, yes, I did do the 3-year lease with the intention of probably buying it out at the end of the 3 years. We shall see. We'll get a news break and back to your calls. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The People's Convoy is revving up in California and will hit the road on Wednesday. The convoy will make its way to Washington, D.C. by March 5th. Organizer Brian Braze spoke to Newsmax.
We've preached from the very beginning that this is a peaceful movement across the country. And while we are keeping some of our plans pretty close to the chest, it'll be pretty clear that the People's Convoy is peaceful.
The truckers plan to arrive 4 days after President Joe Biden's March 1st State of the Union speech. While President Biden prepares for that speech, a Gallup poll is showing Americans strongly disapprove of the job he's doing. The poll found 62% of voters disapprove of Biden's work on the economy since he took office. In addition, the poll indicates that Americans have soured on Biden's handling of foreign affairs. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of My Slippers, Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. I'm looking at the ABC News affiliate there out of PA. I'm not sure exactly which town. WIJA or WLJA, whatever the hell. Headline reads, Pennsylvania trucking business owner plans to protest block D.C. Beltway Wednesday. Scranton, Pennsylvania, trucking business owner planning to block the Beltway Wednesday afternoon. Ultimately, it may be the whole Beltway that's blocked down, says Bob Bolus, telling 7 News, we're making a statement for you people. Now, he said he plans to lead the truck convoy to D.C. with a pit stop in the Pennsylvania state capital, Harrisburg, on the way down. He adds that his purposeful gridlock on 495 could continue well into Thursday. As a result, the Capitol Police and D.C. Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency have made an official request with the National Guard to help support traffic mitigation in and around the D.C. area to address potential challenges stemming from possible disruptions at key traffic arteries. According to the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, Kirby says the department is analyzing a request for assistance from the U.S. Capitol Police, D.C. Homeland Security, and Emergency Management Agency. No decisions have been made yet to approve these requests. Ballas promises to cooperate with law enforcement so long as they cooperate with him. I think the police have to understand we're peaceful. We're not coming there to fight with anybody. We're leaving a lane open so for emergency vehicles, but he would not specify how many trucks will be taking part, but notes the Occupy Ottawa movement gives him courage. Now, this is not to be confused again with the People's Convoy, which will be caravanning from California to D.C., arriving sometime following the State of the Union address by President Biden. But lastly, Ballas said, when you don't have your milk, your eggs, or your meat, or anything else, or gas for your vehicle, go over and give Joe Biden a big hug because you voted for him, and just understand something. You may not agree with us, but we don't agree with you. That's what makes us Americans. So again, we'll just kind of wait and see what unfolds there today. Now, back to the People's Convoy. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, of course, retired, has joined in. He's got behind many great causes in his career. After the military, the Texas gubernatorial candidate now putting his clout behind the American version of the Freedom Convoy in Canada. And he's not alone. Rocker Ted Nugent is going to participate as well. Now, from Lieutenant Colonel West's website, we will be joining the American Truckers Freedom Convoy / Frontline Truckers as they travel across the state of Texas. That will be sometime next week in southern Texas. An official statement which reads, I'm proud to join the peaceful protest inspired by our freedom-loving brothers and sisters to the north. Our Constitution gives citizens the right to peaceably assemble and to petition their government for redress of grievances. The actions taken by the truckers in Ottawa and across Canada have been heroic, and I'm proud to join a protest that was inspired by them. Totalitarian vaccine mandates and mask mandates have no place in the West, let alone Texas. We cannot allow draconian measures to be cemented by leftist tyrants. Truck drivers are the backbone of the American economy and supply chain. Their efforts to stand in the gap against tyranny have been inspiring. It is these working class men and women who've answered the call to protect our constitutional rights from petty bureaucrats. God bless them for their stand. So truckers and patriots across North America doing what they can to oppose draconian vaccine mandates invoked by governments and private companies as well. Yeah, we all know the background, the Freedom Convoy, the true totalitarian nature of Justin Trudeau, who reacted by activating the Emergencies Act and continuing to have convoy participants and their supporters persecuted, even as the protests have ended in Ottawa. It's going to be interesting to see how Democrats and some of these rhino Republicans react to the American version here. Those who support freedom will support the convoys. Let's just watch to see who is silent on this issue. which would obviously be an indicator that they embrace the mandates. If you don't speak out, silence essentially is complicity. That's the message. The Motor City Madman, Ted Nugent, yeah, he's going to participate. It is 18 before the hour. See what's happening with the Knucklebuster this morning. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Oh, Mr. Steve Sommers. I didn't know I didn't know they was going across South Texas there.
Is that, I mean, there's several different, it's the People's Convoy. They released the route, and I forget if it was across Texas. I'll have to check on that.
Yeah, I was thinking they'd come across the Panhandle into Oak City there. I didn't think they was going across Southern Texas. But anyway, there, when them spam callers call me, I usually answer the phone, Sheriff's Department Fraud Division. But I found a new way to answer the phone. See, Southside Sperm Bank. You yank it, we bank it. How about that? You think that'll scare them off?
Yeah, I'd be hanging up on that.
I know that's right. You ever heard about the NBA's 1 Minute Club?
1 Minute Club? No.
Yeah, they got guys that come in from the I guess call them the amateur section. They allow them to play when they got injured players or COVID restrictions or stuff, and they get to play for 90 seconds or less. And they get to be a member of the 1 Minute Club. There's not many of them, but there's. I thought that was a pretty neat thing. You can say, well, man, I'm actually a member of the NBA basketball team there, right?
How about that?
My brother-in-law posted on Facebook, Steve, some of y'all never had to push your own car, then jump in and pop the clutch just to get it running. And it shows. Well, my daddy had a 63 Chevy flatbed pickup truck. Not only did you park it on the hill, but you had to line the linkage up on that 3 feet on the column to make sure you could get it in gear while it was rolling. And while you was driving it, Steve, you had to make sure that you didn't get in a situation where you had to back up. Guess what? You guessed it right, Steve. That truck had no reverse in it. But, man, we sure had some good old times bouncing around on them old gravel roads there. But I guess my daddy would say supporting a family of 7 was not cheap. He didn't have no money for the transmission in that truck. Well, for today, 223 was the Alamo. That's what happened in history. I forgot what year that was. You know, they celebrate that Cinco de Mayo Day, but they don't celebrate the Alamo Day today. They got that butt spanked, right?
Right.
Back in 1945, this day we raised the flag on Iwo Jima. See,
I saw that. I see that. Yeah, thank you for the link to that.
Yeah, and 223, 1870. Mississippi was admitted back to the United States of America there after the Civil War, and it took us to, I believe it was 1990-something when we actually abolished slavery and signed that Emancipation Proclamation. We're a little slow down there sometimes, so I don't know. But anyway, that's all my old bull on it for right now. I'll call in a little later on tonight there. It's supposed to snow and freezing rain out there in Oklahoma and Texas. So I got me another load going to Florida. I'm going to go all the way down to Miami this time. But something about it, it's always raining every time I try to go to Florida. So, well, that's better than the snow and ice, right? Slipping, sliding, peeping, and hiding. See. All right, have a good morning, brother.
Thank you. Knucklebuster, appreciate you checking in there. How about that? Yeah, February 23rd, this date, 1945. 5 days into the battle for Iwo Jima. when U.S. Marines raised the American flag over Mount Suribachi. Legendary newsman Walter Cronkite reported on the flag raising during a special report covering the battle. On the fifth day, the Marines take Mount Suribachi, he said. Of course, they've got the footage of the historic moment playing on the screen. Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal was there to take what had become one of the most iconic war photos in American history. Now, they say the first raising is actually not the one depicted in the now famous picture. The first flag was taken down, and Rosenthal took a picture as the second flag was raised. Regardless, the photo became a symbol of victory of World War II. But the flag raising was not always seen in that light. Yeah, none of us doing the fighting thought that was the end by a long shot. Lawrence Snowden, who was then a 23-year-old captain. Yeah, we knew we were just getting started, he said. The battle for Iwo Jima was one of the bloodiest of World War II. U.S. forces began the fight for the Japanese island of Iwo Jima February 19th, which lasted for over a month. By the time the battle came to an end, March 26th, almost 7,000 American lives had been lost, 20,000 more injured. Frank Matthews was an 18-year-old private at the time. He was part of a team providing relief for a 900-man regiment that had basically been wiped out on the first day of fighting. They lost 750 in a 5-hour stretch, he said. Every inch of that beach and everything around it had been pinned down and zeroed in by Japanese guns. The U.S. went on to win the fight for the island, which was used as an emergency landing site for bombers attacking the mainland. And the photo, of course, was memorialized in bronze and dedicated to the U.S. Marine Corps by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, 1954. The statue, known as the Marine Corps War Memorial, stands tall in Washington, D.C. But, yeah, this date, 1945. How about that? 10 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Plenty to cover in our industry headlines this Wednesday morning, Hump Day. Eskimo Mom and several others, as a matter of fact, several of our listeners sent me the report from WHIO where two people suspected of leading police on a pursuit in a stolen semi where multiple shots were fired at police were ultimately arrested after a SWAT standoff this past day. According to Riverside Police, Matthew Sturgeon, semi was stolen about 12:05 a.m. Shortly after it was stolen, Sturgeon said officers attempted to stop the vehicle. The truck refused to stop for police, got on I-75 heading north, and while doing so, fired at Riverside Police. The truck eventually is stop-sticked by multiple jurisdictions, but refuses to stop anyway. The chase ended up going onto I-70, then onto State Route 49 in Darke County. Eventually, the semi drove into Indiana, where it eventually crashed into a ditch about 2:20 a.m. Now, that's Adams County and about 100 miles from where it was first stolen. 100 miles. Now, we knew from conversations ahead of time that the suspects in the semi were believed to be armed, according to the Indiana State Police. Adams County doesn't have a tactical team, so they requested the assistance of the Indiana State Police. The two in the truck refused to exit, and a SWAT team from State Police did indeed respond to the scene. One of the suspects, 26-year-old Michael McGee of Dayton, ended up coming out of the semi after several hours. That was about 5 a.m. SWAT officers went back up, and they were doing a secondary search of the semi. They weren't sure if they had one or two suspects in the semi. All that time, they were engaged by the second suspect that was in the semi with gunfire. Walker said the SWAT officers showed extreme restraint in not using lethal force and rather using gas deployment in the semi. The second suspect, 29-year-old Nicholas Mingus of Ghent, Kentucky, ended up exiting the cab and surrendering about 10 after 5 in the morning. The semi ended up catching fire and was destroyed. The exact reason or source has not been confirmed, but those two were booked into the Adams County Jail in Indiana, suspicion of attempted murder, auto theft, resisting law enforcement for the Indiana charges. Now, they could be charged with charges in Ohio and as well as in federal court. But crazy, 100 miles, semi-truck. It always... I just can't fathom how these individuals think. All right. In an 18-wheeler, you're actually going to get away? All right. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Hey there, Pappy. What's going on this morning?
What's going on, Steve? Man, I'm on cloud nine, Steve. Girl looked... fan-damn-tastic today, man. So I'm on cloud nine.
That's good to hear. So I got out of the bed and into the wheelchair. So I guess they've got her off the vent, I'm assuming now, and
no, only at night. They got her off during the day and they put her back on at night.
Okay.
But I walked in the room. She's sitting in a wheelchair. She's smiling. One of the nurses was combing her hair, and good day.
That's good.
But hey, Steve, let me ask you something, man. Let me see if I got this straight. So that when that semi was merging on to a highway, in Ohio, they fired shots at officers.
Correct.
Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
So let me ask you this then. So when they go into Indiana, they got to consider themselves armed and dangerous. I don't know. Maybe that's going over your head. I mean, here they done shot at Popo in Ohio.
Yeah, they're armed and dangerous. They've already exactly. Yeah, there's no question about it.
I wouldn't say. Jeez, oh Pete. Man, thank God no Popo were injured, and really thank God there was no loss of life.
Yeah.
Right. But them showing restraints like that, Steve, I'm sure hoping showing that much restraint, that they didn't put themselves at risk, man, because, the sad thing is you just don't know who's in the cab. You don't know if there's any innocent people in there, if there's a hostage. You just don't know, So hats off to the police that handled that the way they did. But hey, man, here's the reason I called. You're talking about Iwo Jima. I know, Steve, I mentioned the old man in a previous call several months ago. Did time in the Navy, 20 years. Went in 1935, got out in 1955. He went all through the Pacific, South Pacific, Korean War. But Steve, he watched the raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima through a pair of binoculars standing on the deck of the ship. And what you said is exactly true. He said they put up a smaller flag, and word had it, that they raised a flag on the top of that, on top of the mountain there, It's a volcano, I believe. And, I forget what admiral it was. I don't know if it was Admiral Nimitz or who was in charge out there at the time, but was like, man, I can barely see that thing. Here, give him this flag and put that one on there. So word got out that they were going to get another flag up there and raise that sucker. And Steve, he said when that flag went up, he's watching it through binoculars, and all of them ships out in the harbor started blowing their air horns, and he said it was something else, But all the great men that lived back in them days, man, I remember growing up, man, going to wedding receptions, cousins getting married and whatnot, and all the uncles sitting around telling their war stories, man. I'm like a little kid in a candy store, man, just soaking it all in.
Wow.
But, man, that's all I got, Stevie. I heard that, and I thought, man, what the heck? I'm going to give a shout out to the old man, for doing what he did. I could tell Steve, I could sit here for an hour and tell you so many stories, what he went through, man. But we'll leave it at that, man. I appreciate everybody's prayers. Feeling good. Everybody be safe, and I appreciate you taking my call.
A positive day. That's great news. Thank you, Pappy. Monkey Gouger wants to know if you got your dozen donuts to celebrate. All right, we'll get to the Monkey Gouger coming up here in a few. Here it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden says his administration will levy sanctions on Russian banks and individuals in response to Russian President Vladimir Putin's movement of troops into the eastern region of Ukraine. This move, as the crisis in Ukraine is already causing a spike in energy prices, which has the White House reportedly considering another release of petroleum from the government's strategic oil reserves. Energy expert Phil Flynn telling Fox News that's not the way to go.
That's not why we have a strategic petroleum reserve, because you can't stabilize the price of oil with so little oil.
Home prices surged nearly 19% last year. The S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller Index showing that Phoenix topped the list with a 32% annual increase. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
The CDC is preparing another set of masking guidelines, and with that story, here's USA Radio's Lance Pry.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is expected to loosen its indoor masking guidelines to states very soon. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC, is expected to announce masking guidelines Wednesday at a White House COVID-19 response team briefing. At this time, nothing has been finalized yet, but the CDC is considering a new benchmark for whether masks are needed or not. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Supreme Court has decided to take up the case of a Colorado web designer who is opposed to creating wedding websites for same-sex couples because of her religious beliefs. The latest clash to become before the court involving claims of religious liberty and state laws that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. The court said in its brief on the decision, it will be deciding the question of whether applying public accommodation laws to compel an artist to speak violates the free speech clause of the First Amendment. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listeners Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon is facing backlash over his handling of charging a transgender person after audio recordings of the offender celebrating getting a light sentence. Hannah Tubbs pleaded guilty of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom when she was 17 and identified as a boy. Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney John Hutami is describing the victim and her mother's reaction. Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney John Hutami is describing the victims and her mother's reaction to the recording on Fox News.
The victim and the victim's mom feel like they've been abandoned, that they haven't been given justice, that the DA basically ignored them.
Gascon is facing a recall election in Los Angeles. The final ratings for the 2022 Winter Olympics are out, and it's bad news for NBC.
There were many reasons to think NBC made a wise business decision in 2014 when it secured the American media rights to the Olympics through 2032 for $7.75 billion. As the controversial Beijing Winter Olympics come to a close, Americans have lost interest in the games this go-around. According to Nielsen's rating service, American viewership was down 42% from the 2018 Winter Olympics in South Korea. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, hello to Mo in Virginia Beach. Been a while since we heard from you there, Mo. Good to have you on board. Sends me an email about gridlock in D.C. Steve, if 300 trucks headed south on I-95 from Pennsylvania approached the Washington Beltway, say 150 head east toward the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, the other 150 head west, and all at the minimum speed, say 4 or 5 abreast, you're going to see the biggest gridlock in the world. 0700 hours would be the best time. I have no idea what time they plan. That I haven't seen anything where they lay out a schedule. Anyway, Mo in Virginia Beach, a 27-year veteran of the Washington area. So you're all too well familiar with the gridlock that would ensue on any given day there, right? No two ways about it. Want to jump back to our calls this morning. So you hold the front door. You had something else. Go ahead, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, Your Honor. Well, anyways, I heard didn't know if you got a report there down Louisiana there of an oil refinery fire.
Yeah,
somebody made mention to me that
there was an explosion. We touched on that yesterday. I mean, one of the biggest, like a 580-something thousand barrel per day refinery. Big explosion that occurred. I guess that was like early Tuesday. I haven't really seen an update though, but they were alluding to that possibly jumping up gas prices as well.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd definitely be a supply chain issue there. When Ranger asked about LP gas, that could be considered either, your regular natural gas, either CNG or LNG, compressed or liquid, or propane. But most of the time when they say LP gas, they're mostly talking about propane, but really they all fall under the heading, all the natural gases are, go under that LP gas heading there. So both propane and natural gas both fall under that same heading. And I guess the other thing real quick there, I heard on one of the news reports there that over there in Hong Kong, they're mandating that everybody has to have, what do they have to have? They have to be tested.
COVID test.
Mandatory testing.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess there's other mandates in the other part of the world, but we'll have to see how those citizens stand up against that. Maybe, I don't know. I guess Hong Kong's part of China, isn't it? Maybe it wouldn't be good for them to stand up against that, would it? Maybe not. So, anyways, that's about what we had going for you there. But yeah, I just wanted to touch about that oil refinery there. And so between Russia and that, I'm, $5 a gallon gasoline is probably not too far off, and Ranger was right about the prices there, because back from last fall to the end of the year, propane prices doubled, and they were talking by springtime they were going to double again. So I'm not sure where we're at. And then with all this, I wouldn't be surprised if they went up even more than what double that they were talking about. So get it while you can get it. That's all I got to say. Maybe go out there to do your swapping of your tanks there at your local Blue Rhino or whatever there, so you got some for the propane gas grill there for this summer. Otherwise, it might be barbecuing over top of sticks or something. I don't know.
Watch the prices double again. Yeah. All right, I'm looking at a story from this was about 15 hours ago, and it doesn't really give a lot of detail as far as how much damage was done and whether it's offline. Garyville, a huge Louisiana refinery, rocked by an explosion and fire Monday. Marathon Petroleum said 6 workers suffered minor injuries. Officials later gave the all clear, but yet not immediately clear what caused the morning blasts at the Marathon plant in Garyville between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Marathon spokesperson said that 3 were treated at the plant, 3 were treated and released at a healthcare facility where they were taken as a precaution. A full investigation is underway to determine the cause of the fire. But according to Marathon's website, this facility along the Mississippi River has a refining capacity 578,000 barrels per calendar day, one of the largest in the country. Air monitoring was deployed in the community. No hazardous levels of emissions were detected, they said at the time. So that's pretty much all the report gave. And again, I'm more curious to know how much refining capacity has been taken offline. I mean, some of these facilities are huge. So you can have an impact in one area and not necessarily take everything offline. But here, I'll see if I can find more on that. Check in with the Carolina Monkey Gouger this morning. What's happening there?
Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Hump Day. Doing all right?
Oh, yeah. They must be expecting all hell to break loose down here. I'm coming up out of Fort Worth, headed up to Iowa Park, Texas. The road is white. They got the crews out here putting down the brine and everything else, so they must be really expecting a waylay between here and daylight in the morning, so looking forward to that.
That'll be fun.
And great news to hear about Pappy's daughter. I'm glad she's getting better day by day by day.
Yes.
And Steve, they were talking about Iwo Jima a while ago, and my granddaddy was a chief petty officer on a battleship. I've heard him tell this story many times. He said before they invaded Iwo Jima, they bombarded that thing for 24 hours. They laid a shell on every inch of that beach and that mountain up there. And he called it poor intelligence. And he said the minute them Marines got out of them landing craft, they dug in them mountains up there.
Yep.
And cut them poor boys to death. And, they were thinking anything that could have lived there would blow to smithereens. They'd give them all clear. And they just come out them tunnels and mowed our people down. But we overcome and we got the victory, the American pride. And did you see that deal I posted about that corrupt highway patrolman up there and up here, kind of north of Wichita Falls, Texas? That video I posted.
I have not yet seen that one. No, tell me about it.
Well, they had this highway patrolman that was the number one ticket rider, number one drug confiscator and everything. I mean, he was number one on the board. And he stopped this guy that was coming back from Colorado and had him some of them vaping marijuana sticks. I don't know, I'd never seen none of them. So he confiscated them. There was something like 25 or 30 of them, and told the fella he'd have to come, he was going to get locked up, and all this stuff. And so he took him back to the car to interrogate him. And this lawyer was talking about it. And this lawyer was sharper. Man, he was sharp. Well, when they took him back to book him and put him in jail, they got to counting the marijuana things, and there was about 4 of them, 5 of them missing. And, this guy that was getting locked up said, "Hey," says, "my stuff's missing." And they said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I had 20 or 25 of them things." And said, there's missing 6 of them. So anyway, he goes down there and get this damn lawyer that's sharp as a cookie. So the lawyer went back up there and tried, told the DPS that he wanted the video cam. And also, Texas has got these cameras hidden in the ceiling of these Dodge Chargers that they take you back. He said the first mistake is when you get stopped in Texas, don't get in that police car. He said because they're gonna interrogate you and scrutinize you, and they got these hidden cameras in the ceilings of these highway patrol cars. So anyway, they go back, they drag out the film on it. This old Texas trooper, he pulls out these marijuana vaping things. He's taking him a toke going down the road while he's on patrol.
Really?
And then they get him again. And later on in the shift, he pulled out another one, goes to token on it. Well, they got to investigating him, and come to find out this guy was a habitual drug user. So they canned his ass. They had him on 35 charges, and they only charged him with 3. So I thought I might pass that on. If anybody ever got stopped by a trooper or up there around Iowa Park, Texas, you might want to go back and talk to your lawyer, because I think they probably going to have to go back and redo a bunch of stuff. But I thought that was pretty interesting, So I posted it and everything, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing, Officers of the law taking the people dope and smoking it. That was something. But anyway, while I was home last week, it got up there about 70, 72 degrees, and I get Biscuit out of school early, and he said, Pig, I want to go fishing. I said, all right, I'll tell you what. I said, I got the boat ready. I said, we'll go fishing. But I was just going to take her out from the boat landing a little ways and go up in the bushes and sit there and anchor down and let her hang a pole in the water. And she caught something, she caught it, and she didn't. Well, when we turned the corner, a good friend of mine was coming down the lake. He seen me and he waved me down. He said, hey, them fish is up there at Mud Lake, them white perch, there's about 50 acres of them up there. They schooling. I said, I think I'll ease on up there.
Yeah.
So I got up there and I rigged up 2 fishing poles, and man, she went to waylaying them fish. I mean, when she wound him all the way up to the eyes of the fishing rod, throw it down the boat, say, give me another Pig, give me another one. So I was busy taking a fish off, laughing at her, and I seen this boat was coming toward us. And I picked up binoculars, and it was my cousin. And he kept getting closer, and old Biscuit turned around, and she looked at me and said, Pig, that SOB's going to get in our fishing hole. But she didn't say SOB. She said the other word.
Yeah.
So he got up. He was dying laughing. And he said, whose baby is that? I said, that's number 6. I said, that's the baby girl. I said, she's the last one born. I said, that's JJ's girl. I said, Lord, said, she act like her granddaddy. I said, just keep on messing with her. I said, she'll let you hold it. So anyway, I said, you about had enough? She said, I am give out. I need a Pepsi-Cola and a honey bun. So I reached in the cooler and give her a Pepsi-Cola. I told her, I said, hey, boy, we're going to ease on. I said, she give out. So we got home. Debbie come running out the house. How many did you catch? How many did you catch? He said, we caught a boatload, Meemaw. I mean, Pig put us on top of them fish, and we caught them a boatload. And I said, well, go ahead and tell Meemaw what you said. I didn't say nothing. I said, go ahead and tell Meemaw what you call that man.
Uh-oh.
And she said, I didn't call him nothing. And Debbie said, what'd she say? I said, she was up there catching them fish. And I said, one of my cousins was coming up there and seen us, and he seen me through the binoculars, and he's up there to us. I said, about the time he got up there, she turned around on the front of that boat and said, Pig, that SOB gonna take our fishing hole. She said, Harder, did you say that? I said, well, yeah, it kind of slipped out. Man, it was all I could do to keep from busting a gut. I said she ain't never been fishing. If she knew somebody was gonna come in and take her fishing hole, she wasn't gonna have no part of it.
That's pretty good. Where'd she hear somebody using that kind of language?
And P, he gets out there, gets to work on that truck, and every now and then some of them Sunday school words will fly out, and I reckon she was standing up there, happy to be there when I was. And I tell her, don't say that. Don't you say that. Don't you tell nobody I said that right in the house. me and my pigs out there using 4-letter words. But before I get off of here, have you heard what that wonderful, I ain't gonna call him a president because he's not a president, that fella that's occupying the White House has come up with?
What's he got today? Something, I'm sure it's a jewel.
Oh, it's a jewel. Now we're on the brink of war, and he's wanting to release all out of the strategic reserve fund to compensate for some of this oil, to see if we can't get the price down. Well, jackass, all you got to do is open the oil fields back up and let her flow, Drill them deep and drill them straight. That's get it done. That guy up there, he is a disgrace to the United States of America with some of the crap he comes up with.
Yep.
But anyway, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. We're going to get on out of here and listen to the rest of the show, and we'll call you in that loneliest hour. And one other thing before I jump off here. I heard Eagle bumping his gums last night talking about the truckers wasn't going to get into D.C. Well, have people forgot about that group of truckers that 2 years ago went up there and sat and Washington for a month? Them guys sit up there, peaceful protest. They just blow their horn 3 times a day. And the White House took them in and talked to them. I don't know if they got anything out of it. But, I said, did people forget about these people that went up there and done that? And so anyway, that's it for tonight, buddy. We're going to get on out of here.
All right, good to hear from you. Yes, and I did hear the floating the idea of another release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They did that here just a few months ago. Recall when they were trying to stop the rise in prices? Prices did not come down even after the release. Prices appeared to briefly stabilize, and this then just began the trend of rising once again. I think we are now 8 consecutive weeks of rising prices. The amount of oil that was released, and I haven't heard any numbers about what they're floating now, in the event they were to release some additional oil, it is really just insignificant. It's a drop in the bucket versus what we consume in this country alone on any given day. Now, if you start dipping into the strategic reserve and dip now and dip again, then you're dragging your inventories in the reserve down. In the event that there is something catastrophic that happens where you really needed your strategic reserve to be at peak capacity, tapped out, it ain't going to be there. Not a good idea. And even the spokes guy from, what was his name, Flynn, said that this is not the way you're going to address this. Yeah, how about we incentivize getting out there and let's start fracking? Or better yet, how about we complete the Keystone XL pipeline? Hey, there's an idea. All right, let's see here. Almost a news break, bottom of the hour. So let's get to Gilligan here. What's happening, Gilligan? Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day. Thanks for having me on, Steve. Yeah, I saw this the other night when old Kamala Harris went over there the other day, did that, trying to do the negotiation.
Right.
I think that'd be about like Neville Chamberlain and skirt. What do you think? About the same thing, wasn't it? Their Munich agreement, that Ain't a whole lot of difference, is it? Yeah, y'all was talking earlier about the East of Iwo Jima and the Friday racing over South Sarabachi. Yes, that was a horrible fight this country went through. Actually, I was honored to say I met a man that was in the invasion of Iwo Jima, and named Jack Levison. Passed away some years ago. He's seen some tough times, that's for sure. You remember back, I believe in '74, what was thought to be the last two Japanese soldiers actually finally come out of the jungles and surrendered. You remember that when we was kids?
Yeah, and I would have been about, 10 years old? Probably not. I have no recollection.
Well, there was, back in the 70s, there was a few Japanese soldiers still come out of the jungle and surrendered. Some of them couldn't believe that the Japanese emperor was not looked at as a god. That's how bad they had their soldiers brainwashed. And the Japanese thought it was the ultimate insult to surrender. And that's why they couldn't believe that Japan actually surrendered in World War II. That's what we was up against there. A lot of people don't realize that. Well, I'm going to touch on something else. I hate to say it, but it sounds like two of my fellow West Virginians have to have the DA of the week nominee. Did you get the link I sent you about them two that was trying to hold up the Goodwill?
Yeah, hold up the Goodwill store. Yeah, there's a good target, Goodwill. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of money there. Goodwill, I don't know about people. They're got to be crazy. Yeah, come to find out there's one for drug charges on top of that. So imagine that. Lone Rangers, actually, before I already talked about it, about Kyle Rittenhouse going to suing Whoopi Goldberg and a bunch of these others. Yeah, I hope he gets every penny he can out of them jokers. They labeled him a murderer, everything else. It's racist and all this. Lone Ranger's right. It's about time these people pay for all this propaganda they're spreading. That absolutely is nothing but propaganda. Untrue statements like crazy. And the bad part about it is there's a large portion of the population that believes this crap. I'll never understand it as long as I live. People want to go through life with force blinders on and just listen to what these people tell them, and they believe every word of it. It don't make a lick of sense, does it? Well, that's about all I got for now, and I appreciate you taking my call there, Steve.
All right, well, enjoy those Reese Cups. Have a good morning. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases are down across the U.S., and in some places they're down more than 64%.
This has some hospitals going back to doing elective surgeries, including Indiana University Health. Dr. Paul Offit is a member of the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. He says the boosters have played a key role in us moving away from the pandemic and more to the endemic. He also tells MSNBC regarding booster shots.
This is a 3-dose vaccine for certain high-risk groups. Those over 65, those who are immune compromised, depending on the nature of their degree to which they're immune compromised, people who have comorbidities.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Democratic presidential candidate Michael Bloomberg penned a scathing op-ed on Tuesday warning Democrats are headed for a wipeout in November. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I had actually put in a request to the convoy folks, the People's Convoy. Shared my email and info, link to the overnight drive programs. And yeah, they'd love to have somebody on, talk a little bit about. Hadn't heard anything back from. They've been getting interviews from Fox News, Newsmax, a lot of hosts around the country. In one interview this past day, the People's Convoy co-organizers say, the chain of trucks driving from coast to coast, starting today, will be peaceful, and we will kick it off with a prayer. And we're not worried about how the media tries to spin it, since our actions will be obvious to everyone watching. This was an interview with Spicer and Company. Brian Brass and Marcus Sommers said media will be embedded with them, and their route will be publicized, although several other convoys plan to make similar drives to Washington. Some have different agendas. We've spoken to some of the ones who are mind of like mind, and some of them even maybe plan to join up along the way en route. But kicking off today, then arriving March 5th in Washington, D.C. That's 4 days after the president delivers the State of the Union speech. We have preached from the very beginning that this is a peaceful movement across this country, and while we're keeping some of our plans pretty close to the chest, it'll be clear that the People's Convoy is peaceful. Yes, it is inspired by the similar movement in Canada that shut down parts of the capital, as well as some of the bridges linking Canada to the U.S. Sommers said the convoy intends to hold the line until the federal mandates are lifted, from health care to our pilots to our military. We also want to see accountability in the form of congressional hearings on the origins of COVID-19 and the federal response to it. So we're looking for, obviously, restoration of our liberty and our freedoms. All of our civil liberties, our freedoms as Americans as part of this, and then ultimately it's ending that emergency powers authorization that's in there, the state of emergency. If we get that state of emergency lifted, then the mandates go away. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. Well, then you had Senator Rick Scott of Florida that had introduced legislation that would exempt foreign truck drivers from the cross-border vaccine mandate, entitled the Terminating Reckless and Unnecessary Checks Known to Erode Regular Shipping Act. The Truckers Act would exempt non-U.S. citizen commercial truck drivers traveling from Mexico or Canada, or who are seeking to temporarily enter the U.S. for business through a land port of entry, from the proof of vaccination requirements. Now, I guess this was just introduced this week. Bill is Senate Bill 3701. It's already picked up 8 Republican co-sponsors in the likes of Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee, Mike Braun, Indiana, Kevin Kramer, North Dakota, Josh Hawley of Missouri, John Hooven, North Dakota, Mike Lee of Utah, Roger Marshall of Kansas, and Marco Rubio of Florida. Congressman Carlos Jimenez is expected to introduce companion legislation in the House of Representatives this week. Now, Senator Scott says truck drivers are the backbone of the America's economy. My dad was a truck driver. I know firsthand how critical these men and women are to getting the products flowing to American families and businesses again. President Biden's inflation and supply chain crisis are devastating so many Americans, especially our poorest families, like mine was growing up. By pushing these ridiculous mandates, he's only making things worse. The government has no business pushing mandates on families and our hardworking businesses, and My Truckers Act will help stop this nonsense in its track, Scott says. I also urge Canada's government to drop their ridiculous mandates on foreign drivers. I hope all my colleagues will work with us to quickly pass this good, urgently needed bill. This is just the latest example of an increased push for a truck driver exemption to the mandate. Here's the interesting thing. It's just kind of a side note. England's chief medical officer, Chris Whitley, warned earlier this week, Monday, that there will be new variants of COVID, and they could be more resistant to vaccines. Now, we're coming off of the Omicron variant, which sickened millions and millions. The numbers continue to drop. The Omicron was very resistant to the vaccines as it is. But yet we're pushing the same formulation, the same vaccine that worked wonderfully, supposedly, against the original strain, the Delta variant, not so well against Omicron. And if we're looking for future variants that will be yet even more resistant to the vaccines, why are we still pushing people to get those vaccines? Earlier, Britain said they would end all restrictions in England, including mandatory self-isolation for people with COVID and free testing. We all expect there's going to be new variants. Some of those variants will just disappear. Some of them will cause potentially some significant problems. But again, the existing vaccine, based on the trends of what we've already seen with Omicron, will not hold up against potential future mutations. And with that, let's get back to the calls here. Scarecrow on board. Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Kemosabe.
Yes, sir.
We had horse feathers call back a little bit ago. I figured for certain we were going to hear the rest of the story. Now, quite some time back, I had shared how we were acquainted with a couple that went to Las Vegas for a theme wedding. You know, theirs happened to be, I guess, a graveyard/Dracula theme. We were able to watch it on the laptop from home here. Now, when the horse feathers brought up about this Las Vegas wedding, I just what kind of theme do you suppose that he would fit into there, man? We got to think this through. You know him far better than I do. Let's have some feel for what he might have ventured into there.
Well, I thought he did the Elvis-themed wedding.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I guess a lot of them do have Elvis do the performance for them. In fact, I guess on the news this evening or last night was a busy place for the 2/22/22 and whatnot, the most they've ever had.
Right.
Elvis did perform and whatnot. So I was just kind of thinking, maybe he had a special top hat, or either way, maybe we'll hear later on in the program more came of that. Kind of feeling Lone Ranger's pain there a little bit. And not so much snow, but cold, I just don't appreciate so much anymore. You know, I grew up living for winter and snow, and about 1970, we got our first snow machine, and that always had one right up into the mid-2000s, 2010 or so, we got rid of them. But, you're a kid, you're out in the snow and nonstop. You freeze your fingers, your gloves and mittens, they get soggy and whatnot. You come in the house and Mom would, slowly warm up your fingers again, thaw them out. The other night when you reported on that Olympian who had frostbit his third member there.
Yes.
I puckered up in the seat there, Steve, and I instinctively reached over and cranked up the cab heat to get some more clicks their way. You know, I tell you, remembering back how much the fingers burnt and stung.
Yes.
As they warmed up and whatnot. Oh, gee, many, I just can't imagine. But he'll have that poor fella. He'll have stories to tell his hopefully future grandkids and whatnot. Anyway, the reason that I wanted to call here. Last night you read off a list of a lot of the assets that the Ukraine has between the minerals and agricultural output and manufacturing, and I was just in awe at their capacity and their rankings on the world scale. I spoke with a couple others during the day yesterday too, and they too had seen an article somewhat like you had reported on there. And I think a lot of the public is truly not aware of the assets of that country. Now, that goes without saying what Putin is after. A week and a half back, things are starting to really tighten up here. His newest yacht, I don't recall where it was put in for service and repairs, but they showed him moving it out into the open sea or whatever, so it could not be confiscated should he, take actions on where they're at right now. And so I was curious, what is that man worth? I did a little search before the program tonight, and I've seen a lot of different numbers, but it was said that his net worth is $10 billion. Now, this is on an official income of $135,000 a year. Steve, that man has so raped the Russian public finances and funds and such that it says that yacht itself is worth $100 million. I mean, the thing is the size of an old Navy destroyer. It's easy to see. He's got dollar figures in his eyes when he's looking at the Ukraine.
That's my line of thinking. Dollars. I mean, yes, and their economy. They've been struggling for years and years, with all the sanctions that we've had on them, and based on, I guess, the sanctions being levied by the European Union, the U.S., it's only going to get worse. And I think that'll just embolden them to go in and be able to take, the spoils of war. Isn't that what it's referred to? The spoils of war.
Yeah. I guess we've always been informed or read about foreign leaders and whatnot to lay claim to anything and everything they can get their mitts on. So, But either way, that was kind of the highlight of my call here for the moment. So leave it at that for the now, and we'll wait for Horse Feathers a reprisal.
Sounds like a plan. Probably in that loneliest hour in radio, Scarecrow. Thank you very much. All right, for our friends listening to us this morning via tncradio.live, the tncradio.live app, or tncradio.live. Yeah, the app also includes easy one-button dialing where you can call the show or the TNC radio studios at any time. Coming up 5 o'clock this morning, and then when we close things out here on a Wednesday morning, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, it's Tail Lights. This week, Tom Kelly and Tom Kirk talk with Larry and Angie Baum about their life and experiences out there on the road. This week, they talk about cooking on the truck, a brake fire, and even an attempted suicide by truck. Next week, Ice Road trucker Alex drops in to update everyone on his work this year on the ice roads and recall some of his early experiences, including hunting a bear with the wrong ammunition. Then stick around 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 Central via tncradio.live. This morning, it's Women Road Warriors with Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro. On this episode, they'll be interviewing New York Times best-selling author Dr. Heidi Hanna, the stress detective. Heidi's a stress and anxiety expert and a consultant to Microsoft, Google, even the NFL. They have a straightforward conversation about how drivers can better navigate the stresses out there while traveling life's highways, all via tncradio.live. We return into this Wednesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, checking in this morning on Facebook. Morning, Steve, having a root beer float, watching the show. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, checking in from the Weiss compound, Southwest Missouri. All right, hope the surgery goes well there, Lauren. Hello to Country Bumpkin, checking in from Jacksonville this morning. We got Cliff, Captain Cliff. Howdy, Steve. Captain Cliff shouting out hello to you from here in Michigan. He says Monkey Gouger needs to learn English. There you go. And meanwhile, let's see. Anybody else? There's Billy. Morning, Steve. Have a great day. Good to have you on board there, Billy. Speaking of Captain Cliff, I believe that is Captain Cliff on the line. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, bud? Been a little while.
Well,
I wanted to touch.
Been quite a while. I'm since April 26th of 2021.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing local stuff and I ain't up at night. But I wanted to touch base with you. I got a little scuttlebutt about the Mid-America Truck Show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing that they're not going to allow drivers to cook out in the parking lot anymore. They're not going to allow them to, because we weren't doing any kind of sales or whatever. I got kicked out of there doing karaoke. I did the karaoke for 18 years there and down in Dallas. And a couple of years ago, I had a little run-in with some people down there, and they made me shut down doing the karaoke for the drivers. And I was just wondering, had you heard anything from the corporate about the parking lot out there at Papa John's about not being able to cook in the parking lot because they said they're losing sales in the building.
Yeah, that's.
And are you going to be down there for that?
I know that several years ago, yeah, they had they kind of went out there and they shut down any of these because you had a bunch of groups that were kind of doing like fundraiser things, cooking for large quantities of people. And I know they shut all that kind of stuff down. Now, I thought you could still, if you wanted to fire up your little grill and cook yourself a burger or a hot dog, you're not allowed to serve to 50 people or that kind of thing. But I thought you could still cook for yourself. I know they shut that down.
Well,
I hadn't heard anything about like entertainment where they used to have, whether it be Tony Justice or what's the other, some of the guys that used to perform out there on the flatbed and whatnot. I haven't seen if they're going to have any of that going on or not.
Yeah, Uber used to sponsor that. And, but we used to do a little side gigs. Like I did karaoke. They had a couple other people that were doing DJing that. And then Burnt Beans, now he's not here, but the company he was working for, I forget the name of the company he was working for, was doing cookouts, and they didn't charge anybody.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if that was going to be cut off again because they're saying they're losing too many sales. The pork producers or whatever are down there complaining that they're not getting enough sales. That's what's going around, and I'm just wondering, had you heard anything yourself about this, about them stopping everybody and they were going to start charging for parking in the parking lot down there in Papa John's?
Yeah.
That was another rumor that was going around. I don't really believe that.
No,
but
the parking is still free, and I can confirm the TA is going to have the showers and I guess the restroom things there again this year. You got to schedule to use the showers and whatnot, but no, parking's free until the lot's full, I guess it is.
Yeah, well, I heard they're going to run because we had like the ministries that would come out there with their motorhomes. They're not going to allow any kind of motorhomes, no campers or nothing in the trucking parking lot outside there in Papa John's stadium parking lot. I heard that. So now they're going to be forced to go over there right next to the convention center itself and park and pay the $30 a night or whatever for parking. So I don't know if you've heard about that either, because I've had a few people that would come down there and park their motorhomes out there in the lot with those truck drivers. They're truck drivers themselves, but they heard they're not going to be able to take them in there and park in the parking lot. They're not going to be allowed on the lot, period.
I guess there's always a lot of rumors that begin to circulate out there. I mean, I'm looking at the truck show website here right now. They have more than 30 acres of free truck parking, less than a mile from the expo center. So that's the old parking lot where they've been for years. It says free for semis / combos until the lot is full. Now there is a link to what it's some rules and regulations that they've got in there. I'll pull that up and see what all I can find.
Yeah, and they were complaining that they left the parking lot trashed. That is not correct. We all went out there and policed the parking lot because I personally and a bunch of other drivers, like I said, I've been doing this for almost 21 years, going out there to that truck show. And we went out and policed the parking lots on the golf carts that we rent to make sure that lot's clean. So I don't know where that rumor's coming from, because we made sure that was clean. Us drivers, truck drivers, do not do that, period. The public does, but us truck drivers, we don't leave. We police the area before we leave. And thank you for talking to me tonight. And cheers, brother. And I'm going to be part of this convoy going to D.C. I'm going to do my little local section here in Ohio and join that convoy going from side to side of the state. But thanks for talking to me, Steve. Have a great night.
They'll be crossing I-70. Yeah. You know what? Most of the questions you just asked, again, are right there from the 22 truck parking at Cardinal Stadium, as they call it now. Remember, Papa John's taboo. Bad Papa John. It's now just Cardinal Stadium. I'll get my news break and come back, give you what we have here so you can make proper preparations for the 2022 Mid-America Truck Show. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden announced the first wave of sanctions against Russia on Tuesday as he referred to the beginning of its invasion of Ukraine. Meanwhile, Phil Flynn told Fox News this conflict is about energy sources.
It's another sign that the Biden administration doesn't really get the global energy space. What's happening in the Ukraine and in Russia is in a large part about domineering Europe and controlling their energy supply.
Meanwhile, a Gallup poll shows Americans strongly disapprove of Biden's job in the White House. The poll found 62% of voters disapprove of Biden's work on the economy since he took office. In addition, Americans have soured on his handling of foreign affairs, with only 36% approving of how he's handling Russia's threat to Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is updating its mask guidelines.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is expected to loosen its indoor masking guidelines to states very soon. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the director of the CDC, is expected to announce masking guidelines Wednesday at a White House COVID-19 response team briefing. At this time, nothing has been finalized yet, but the CDC is considering a new benchmark for whether masks are needed or not. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
In related news, the New York Times is reporting that the CDC has kept massive amounts of COVID-19 data under wraps for more than a year. The paper reported the CDC held back figures because it didn't trust the public to interpret the information correctly. The agency's seemingly selective disclosure includes a breakdown of COVID-19 hospitalizations by age, race, and vaccination status. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
It's a courtroom win for the U.S. women's soccer team.
U.S. women's soccer stars have reached a $24 million settlement with the U.S. Soccer Federation following a lawsuit over unequal pay with men's players. The landmark settlement was announced years after a group of 5 women's national team players filed an Equal Employment Opportunity Commission complaint over inequality in pay and treatment. According to the terms of the settlement, U.S. Soccer will pay men and women at an equal rate in the future in all friendlies and tournaments, including the World Cup. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
A team of archaeologists from France and Jordan have found a 9,000-year-old shrine at a remote Neolithic site in Jordan's eastern desert. The ritual complex was discovered near large structures known as desert kites. These are mass traps believed to have been used to corral wild gazelles for slaughter. Tonga's main internet connection to the rest of the world has finally been restored more than 5 weeks after a huge volcanic eruption and tsunami severed a crucial undersea cable. 3 people in Tonga were killed by the January 15th tsunami, and dozens of homes were destroyed. The fiber optic cable is fully operational again after being reconnected on Tuesday. And the Academy Awards are slimming down, with 8 awards to be presented off-air during next month's telecast. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Let's all hear it for the Big Moose as we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Good to have you on board. OvernightDriveRadio.com or on the app. If you got the iPhone or the Android, go to your respective app stores and just type that in. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Download the free app. You'll get a notification when we come on live each night at the midnight hour, and you can listen with the click of a button. That easy. All right, 2022 Mid-America Truck Show. Number 1, truck parking is free to Class 7 and 8 trucks. Now, that's with no hookups. They always have locations that do have hookups available. Those you have to pay for. No drop trailers or hazardous material are allowed. Lot opens to attendees on Wednesday, 7:30 a.m. before the show officially kicks off there on Thursday. And the lot will close Sunday, 12 p.m. 12 noon, the noon hour. Shuttle service to and from the convention center will be available every 15 to 20 minutes, Thursday through Saturday, hour before and continuing one after the actual truck show hours. When you arrive, use only Gate D, as in dog, Gate D for entry. Follow the direction of the security and parking attendants there. Park at your own risk. Mid-America Truck Show is not responsible for the loss of equipment, materials, or personal items. Roadways, aisles, and other areas must be kept clear of any and all encumbrances so that shuttles and emergency vehicles can pass through or park. Tailgating at your vehicle should not interfere with the normal flow of traffic. No assigned or reserved spaces are available. Here's something to keep in mind. They say no banners, advertisements, promotional activities, etc., without show management's written approval. So I guess if you're going to try to fly your Let's Go Brandon flag or things of that nature, attempt at your own risk. They may tell you to take them down. I'm not exactly. Are they going to have people out there kind of policing for that kind of stuff? All right. Per the Louisville Metro government, tents or temporary structures that are 400 square feet or larger are not permitted unless authorized by show management with written approval. So you can get your little 10 by 10 or 15 by 15 pop-up or whatever. Good to go. Here's the question about food. No large-scale food service, concessions, or catering, any food prep or distribution that is not considered tailgating will not be allowed and risks being shut down. So, yes, you're allowed to bring your grill. You're allowed to fire up for you, I guess, if you got a family. At what point is there a cutoff? If you got some friends over there, you're tailgating, as long as it's not some big, large concession kind of thing. Because there used to be a number of groups that would do that. They'd put big tents up and actually have large-scale concessions. All right, all barbecue grills must be attended at all times. Open fire pit devices and fires built on the ground are prohibited. Propane tanks cannot exceed the cylinder size of a 20-pound tank. Any excessive noise must stay between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Maybe that's where the whole thing about doing like karaoke, Cliff, may come into play. Once 9 o'clock rolls around, I guess you can't be out there doing entertainment with the speakers and all that kind of stuff. No glass containers. All drinks shall be placed in plastic or disposable cups and consumed at your tailgating location. Bottles and open containers cannot be carried around the parking lots. Okay. Attendees must clean up after themselves. The lot should be left in the same condition it was found. University of Louisville policy prohibits the possession of a deadly weapon or destructive device on any University of Louisville property. Violations of this policy are subject to expulsion from the property. And lastly, security and parking attendants will be on duty Wednesday through Saturday, and they are the final authority. So don't get out there trying to argue with an attendee, with whatever the case might be. They are the final word. You're not going to win the argument in the parking lot, in other words. So that answers most of the questions. You're allowed to bring your grill, fire up, cook you some pork chops, cook you whatever you and the family wants to eat, and have a good time. All right. Hello to the heat wave this Wednesday morning. What's going on, heat wave?
Good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. 24 hours ago, I was struggling to put chains on the tractor and on the trailers. Big difference 24 hours makes. That Siskiyou Pass there at the Oregon state line, free and clear of anything. So it was just a bad memory of last night. I tell you what, them damn chains are heavy, especially those 3-rail. And, I don't do a whole lot of exercise, and I tell you what, I was really hurting last night. But some of the effects, my shoulders are hurt, my head's hurting. I don't know. Maybe I ought to go out and exercise once in a while besides lifting up 12 ounces at a time. What do you think?
I hear you. Yep. I've never had to sling chains, thank goodness.
Well, I mean, I was throwing them on and I was throwing up all at the same time. So it was just a bad night altogether. So, anyways, to echo monkey gougers, I have been saying that and about Biden, the stupid, I ain't going to say what I'm going to call him, but I mean, we all know what he is. You shut down oil production, you shut down exploration, you tell the oil companies, well, in 26 years, 28 years, you're going to be irrelevant. And then he starts screaming to the rest of the world, save your oil and give it to us, or sell us more of your oil.
Yep.
What an asinine idea. We have our own energy. Let's use it. If you want to phase in the electric cars or buses or trucks, do it in phases. We have to have the infrastructure first to support this. We have to have the raw materials needed for the batteries. If we ain't got the infrastructure and we don't have the raw materials, don't force it on us. That's dumb. I mean, I'm not even college educated, and I can tell you, that's the better approach. I got some college. There's a lot of knowledge you can't acquire in college, so I guess it means I got a little common sense. Well, let's see here. Chevy guy called me last night and was saying, I understand now why you had a disagreement with Eagle. And he told me I need to listen to that particular hour when Eagle was on and when Moose got on. And all I could say is, Eagle, you and I had a much better debate over your idea about the Canadian truckers. And I told you not, it wasn't personal, but you sure made it personal with Moose, and Moose ripped you a new one. So I'm just wondering how well you're sitting in that seat this morning. Good night. So, but yeah, other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening. I had to sign paperwork for cash out the refi of my house. These people out here, they just don't understand that you're on the road. You don't know where you're going to be at any given time. They well, it's got to get done, got to get done, got to get done. Well, you know what? You're working on my schedule. I eventually got it done, and we were up there at the Jubit's truck stop there in Portland. And that was actually the first time that I've been in the restaurant. I mean, I've been to the fuel station one time, but tell you what, that was a really nice restaurant we went to. They had the 1945 Kenworth with a 200 horsepower engine and a 5.4 transmission. They really had it decked up really nice. I plan on putting it on your page here in a little while. And the food was really good. It was really expensive, and I got a picture of that receipt too. 2 hamburgers and 3 sodas. How much do you think something like that would cost with bacon and mushrooms added to your hamburger? How much do you think one of them hamburgers would cost?
These days, a hamburger, $5-6, a soda, probably $2 a pop. Really? Uh-oh.
Oh, no. When the 2 hamburgers were made and the fries come out and the 3 drinks, I had bought the Notary Public a soda water because she was a little thirsty. It was over $55.
Whoa.
The friggin' hamburgers was almost $21 a piece. The drinks were $4 a piece, just about. $3.99, $2.99, whatever it was, plus tax. 55 and change. And I gave them a 15% gratuity because I figured that poor girl, she needed it for bringing us that stuff out to us. I mean, it was good. It was filling. But damn, yeah, your quote was little under by 66%. So yeah, I understand people are suffering out there. Going out, so yeah, they want them. are not permanent jobs. You know, they're supposed to tide you over until you can find a permanent job. You know, when is minimum wage not going to be enough for somebody? I mean, if it goes up to $25 an hour, I'm screaming at my union, well, hell, if they're getting 25, I want 50 for the next contract. You know, this is ridiculous. You know, shooting ourselves in the foot by installing a president, like installing a toilet seat. I mean, it basically serves the same purpose, except toilet seat has a better purpose because it flushes the crap out of your house. That old man up there that's been installed, he's flushing that crap back to us. So I don't get it. I don't get it. So anyways, yeah, I got a few things paid off, and I guess the snake's going to have a really nice house by the time everything gets worked out. And yeah, hopefully he ain't froze his butt off, but if he does, I'm not worried about it because I hate snakes. Good night. Somebody was talking about making sure that snake and the rattlesnakes. Lord have mercy. Just leave me and the snakes alone. I don't want to deal with them. Right now, I don't even want to think about them. Good Lord. So, anyways, well, that storm that's coming across, it had a pretty powerful punch last night. So whoever's getting it today, God help you. And it's going to be interesting seeing how that people's convoy makes it up there without having too many issues. And Knucklebuster, it was 1836 when Texas, the Battle of the Alamo commenced there on the 22nd, and they fell on March 6th. And I believe March 6th is the Texas Independence Day. So they've been celebrating that ever since it happened. And also, you're wondering about the convoy going into South Texas.
Yes.
It's not Del Rio, Texas. They're not going down there. They're coming across 40. What it is, it's Glen Rio.
Glen
Texas.
Rio.
It's right there on the New Mexico.
So it's right across
the Mexico state line.
Right across the Texas Panhandle toward the top there.
Yes, it is going to go through the Texas Panhandle. I think they said they're going to run it all the way up to Oklahoma City and then cut up 44 to 70. Yep. So anyways, yeah, it is going to be in the Texas Panhandle. So I just hope that when I'm out there putting along at 63 mile an hour, they don't run my silly ass over because I'm nothing but a speed bump in their way. Other than that, that's about all my nonsense for tonight. So you have yourself a good morning, and we'll holler at you later, senor.
Thank you for checking in. All right, glad you're not having to sling change tonight at least, right? All right, quick 2-minute timeout. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, undoubtedly we can give this truck driver a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Yeah, here's another driver that gives the rest of the industry a bad name. Truck driver charged with driving while intoxicated and more after driving the wrong way on an interstate for 13 miles. Near Moriarty, New Mexico, but the footage of the encounter was just released this week. It was the dash footage. According to KOAT 7 News, truck driver Richard Stretch was driving a semi-truck loaded with meat the wrong way down Interstate 40, as I mentioned, for a full 13 miles before police were able to stop the truck using spike sticks. Now, some of the incident shows officers laying down the spike strips and then issuing Scratch a field sobriety test, which did not go very well. When told he was arrested for driving the wrong way on the highway, he responded by saying, I know that. I was trying to get back over to the right side. That was crazy, though. I don't even know how that happened. That was crazy, he says. Are you serious? I didn't do anything wrong. Stating that he knew he was tired, but I just wanted to get that load to the destination. After he was loaded into the police cruiser, he can be seen on the camera there flailing around in the back seat before eventually telling officers, "Excuse me, I have a question." But he never asked a question. Amazingly, thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident. Yeah, he's since been charged with DWI, driving on the wrong side, and reckless driving. Yeah, they've got the dash cam video. I found that via CDL Life. What a jewel. Way to go. All right, back to the phones we go. Pup, I believe it is. What's happening, Pup? How you been?
Oh, good. How you doing?
Good.
Good deal. Hey, that article you was reading about those bozos that stole the semi, that Eskimo mom sent you.
Yes.
Did you get to see a picture of them?
No, I did not get. I didn't see their mug shots.
If you go to WayneTV.com, that's a big story up in my area. That happened. The shootout and everything happens about 7 miles from my house. And the reason that truck caught fire is because they shot tear gas in there and it got too hot and caught it on fire, is what that Wayne TV said. But if you look at their picture, that one guy, my God, you wouldn't think there was enough brain power between the two of them to even turn the ignition.
So we had some. So they were some real winners. In other words, what did you say? What was where was the website? Do you say like Wave WAVE or what was it?
Wayne WANE.
WANE. Okay.
Yeah. N is in Nancy, and WayneTV.com. That's a Fort Wayne station. That's their top story. That's probably the wildest thing that's happened in Adams County for a long time. But I thought I'd call. I was going to call in earlier, but I was in the terminal. But why does the soccer league need to pay those women soccer players $24 million for?
Well, because they feel like they're doing the same job. But technically, doing the same job, it's all about revenue generation. You get millions of dollars worth of advertising for the male sport, and not nearly as much interest in advertising for the female sport. And it's like that for the women's basketball, the women's football. It's like that across the board. The NFL brings in millions or billions of dollars. Women's football, no.
They're not very good entrepreneurs, are they? How about put them on paid per view and have topless soccer? I bet you they make more than the men do.
There you go.
I know you're getting close to your news break and stuff, but I was just going to see if you look up that. Those two look like some real winners.
You can
especially that one.
The one looks like he spent his fair share of time in prison already. He's been there before, done that.
I've never seen so many stupid tattoos and all around his face and neck and everything. But I was just going to see about that.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, you have a good day, and I'll get out of your hair.
All right, thank you, Puppy. And it is, like you said, it is Top Story from WANE there in Fort Wayne. News break time here. What are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases are down across the U.S., and in some places they're down more than 64%.
This has some hospitals going back to doing elective surgeries, including Indiana University Health. Dr. Paul Offit is a member of the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. He says the boosters have played a key role in us moving away from the pandemic and more to the endemic. He also tells MSNBC regarding booster shots.
This is a 3-dose vaccine for certain high-risk groups. Those over 65, those who are immune compromised, depending on the nature of their degree to which they're immune compromised, people who have comorbidities.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Democratic presidential candidate Michael Bloomberg penned a scathing op-ed on Tuesday warning Democrats are headed for a wipeout in November. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Haven't really touched a whole lot on the whole Ukraine crisis this morning, but waiting to see what moves will be coming next. What's Putin do next? What's Biden do next? There is a bipartisan group of lawmakers that sent the president a letter this past day reminding him, amid the rising tensions in Ukraine, you need to seek congressional approval before launching any sort of military attacks or sending troops. While acknowledging that the president has said he would not be sending troops to Ukraine, the group noted that Biden's decision could change, writing that if the ongoing situation compels you to introduce the brave men and women of the military into Ukraine, their lives would inherently be put at risk of if Russia chooses to invade. Therefore, we ask that your decisions comport with the Constitution and our nation's laws by consulting with Congress to receive authorization before any development. Again, it's bipartisan, as Nancy Mace, a Republican of South Carolina, Pramila Jayapal, a Democrat of Washington, Ilhan Omar, Democrat of Minnesota, Matt Gaetz of Florida, the Republican, and a number of others, writing that he's urging President Biden to follow the Constitution and the law, receive authorization from Congress before involving U.S. forces in Russia-Ukraine conflict. The American people deserve to have a say before we become involved in yet another foreign conflict. Now, we have not sent troops into Ukraine, but the president did announce yesterday troops would move to numerous NATO countries, including Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, along with the number of others we have. We've got like a 40,000 troop force in that region, in that theater. And back to the calls we go. So who we got on the line?
Afternoon, Steve. It's Coyote.
Hey, Coyote, what's happening?
Not much. I live down there in South Jersey, and I put a thing on one of the pages there. On March 6th, they're having a convoy leaving out of South Jersey. They're all going to meet up at the Salem County Fairgrounds on Route 40 in Bostrom, New Jersey. Have a get-together, I guess leave from there, either the 6th or the 7th, I can't remember. I've asked them people, the lady had a thing on the township page about it. I contacted her through Messenger and asked her to try to get in contact with the show to let us know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
She said she'll have somebody from the organization try to get in contact with you. I left your phone number for the show and your email address.
Now, which group was that again? I'm sorry.
This will be South NJ Convoy to DC.
Okay.
Is what it's under. They got a web page there. It'll come up official, I think, at the end of it. I didn't have much time to do it today. They got done loading everything. Got stopped at the house there to get cleaned up, get a few hours sleep for taking off again. But she said she's going to try and get somebody from the organization to get a hold of the program.
I know supposedly for this People's Convoy, there's supposed to be northern routes, southern routes, where drivers are going to be coming in from all different directions, ultimately, I guess, to join up with the lead convoy coming out of California. I mean, if you live in Texas or if you live areas further east, you wouldn't drive from South Carolina to California to start the convoy there. You'd join in from the southern route as they're coming in.
Yeah, this is coming out of South Jersey. I think they got a group coming that's going to get together in New Egypt, New Jersey, on the 5th, and they're coming down to on the 6th to meet the other group.
Okay.
And then leave from there, I guess, to go to D.C. I know they called my employer and asked them for a trailer to use for storage down there at the fairgrounds. Because they want, people to try and get people to bring in water and stuff like that, that tuna fish in a bag and stuff, so the guys got stuff to eat on the way, when they get there and everything.
Okay.
So they asked him about putting a truck in, and he hasn't really said anything. He talked to me about it, but what was going on in the phone call I got. That's about all, the further we got. I was going to ask you today when I was in the office, but wasn't in a real great of a mood. They just got a brand new truck, ran it for 4 days, and it's been in the shop, and he's getting ready to make his second payment on it. So he's not too happy about that. So I figured I'd just leave that out in the picture.
Exactly.
Better move.
Okay, smart move.
Yeah. So I just figured I'd let you know what was going on there. I heard you say something about nobody's contacted you. So hopefully this organization will get a hold of you.
All right, very interesting.
People in this part of it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the heads up there.
Yeah, if I can get any more information, I usually log on that one page, the overnight drive. You got a couple different pages there. I don't know one from the other anymore. So that's about all I got. Heading back down, get another load.
All right, I was just pulling up. I found one of the news articles from the convoy you're talking about there. And here we go. Here's what they have to say. Law enforcement agencies in New Jersey and several other states are monitoring what could turn out to be several different convoys moving toward the capital. The activity inspired by the Canadian anti-vaccine mandate, as we know. And now comes word of a convoy that calls for hundreds of trucks and other vehicles to travel from North Jersey to the south end of the state with stops for rallies and entertainment during the first weekend in March. One of the coordinators of the convoy, Morris County resident Jackie Thomas, said no blockades are going to take place. We're not planning to do anything that would hurt anybody. It's peaceful. We're just trying to put an end to some of the things we feel jeopardize our freedom. After watching the anti-vaccine mandate protests in Canada on television, she learned the trucker convoys headed to D.C. from the Northeast were not going to travel through the Garden State because organizers wanted to avoid the New Jersey Turnpike tolls. She was inspired to help organize a convoy of hundreds of trucks and other vehicles that would start Saturday, March 5 at 10 a.m. at a not yet disclosed location and head to the New Egypt Speedway in Plumstead. We're going to convoy down to Central Jersey as a group. After the convoy arrives in the late afternoon using roads and highways without tolls, a nonpartisan freedom rally and celebration will take place. We have a lot of speakers, a band, a DJ, food trucks. The entire area is invited. She said after camping at the Speedway overnight or staying at a nearby hotel or motel, members of the convoy will head to the Salem Fairgrounds in South Jersey on Sunday for another freedom event, bands, speakers, entertainment that will last all day into the evening. Then Monday morning, some of the truckers will head off to Washington while others will stay in Jersey or just return home. Thomas said requiring a COVID vaccine to hold a job, go to a gym, attend a concert, or go to a restaurant is wrong. And we feel at the very least we should have the freedom to decide what goes into our body. The vaccine is not stopping people from getting the virus, so there's no reason to mandate it. Public health experts continue to remind people the vaccine, which is largely safe, has helped reduce the risk of contracting the virus or spreading to others who can't receive the vaccine or who would be at risk of severe risks from COVID complications. All right, so maybe they'll get in contact with us. Very interesting. That's a little, so I think there's numerous events. I've seen some of these routes, some come in as far south as Florida and all through the Southeast that will be making their way up to kind of converge with the People's Convoy. Good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I did get a hold of Terry up in Canada yesterday because Chevy Guy, Heatwave, Gilligan, and Big Sexy were really worried about him, and they asked me to call him. So, yeah, he's okay. He did not take part in the convoy up there, but he told me that the Canadian government is literally cracking down, and they're taking away the licenses and their trucks and selling them. And I was also warned by these same guys not to put up a sign or anything like that because they're afraid that I could get into some kind of trouble. And speaking of trouble, there's a guy up in Scranton that's coming down with a bunch of tow trucks to drive around the Beltway down here. And if I heard correctly yesterday on WMAL, I think Maryland has a ban on convoys. So you might want to ask Horse Feathers about that one.
I know we've been talking about the guy coming out of Scranton today. They haven't shared any numbers as to how many trucks that they have planning to participate in that. But yeah, they're planning to get into the Beltway sometime later today. And they did not specify a time as well of when they plan to arrive, but it'll be interesting to see.
But when you're in the D.C. area, you might want to listen to WMAL because they'll be talking about it for sure locally and also probably on WCBM in Baltimore as well.
Very good, blind man. Well, everything else going all right up in your neck of the woods?
Oh, yeah. My fiance came over, spent the weekend with me. We saw a couple of movies, UHF starring Weird Al Yankovic. That was hilarious. And we also saw a movie called Tunnel Vision, which is probably double R rated or X rated because there's one nudity scene in the movie. But I mean, the jokes and the one takeoff on the commercials and stuff was absolutely hilarious. I saw it in the theater back in 1985, and you couldn't do a movie like that today.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in, blind man. Thanks for the update there on Terry. It's good to hear. Still haven't heard back from Philip, though, in a few days. Maybe he's just taking a little time off, taking a little break. And it's 8 before the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, I will presume that Kyle is on location there in Georgia, getting ready for Lights Out 13. I was going to fly out this past day, and I guess today they'll be setting up and whatnot there. South Georgia Motorsports Park in Adel, Georgia. For, yes, indeed, Lights Out 13 that starts tomorrow, 24th through the 27th. Hot Shot Secrets. Yeah, Fire Punk Diesel S10 on location, competing against some of the best gas cars in the country. Yeah, good luck, as they're going to be attempting once again to reset their own world record. See if they can best last year's world record. It was right at 1 year ago, Lights Out 12, when the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 broke into that 3-second barrier. A 3.098, I believe, was the final number, but indeed a world record that they maintain to this day, the world's fastest diesel. See if they can best that this weekend. Hey, good morning, Big Sexy. What's going on?
Not much, Steve. What a difference 24 hours makes. At midnight last night, it was 68 degrees here. At midnight tonight, it was 37.
Oh, boy.
And by midnight tomorrow night, we'll have the ice stuff to deal with. They're calling for late tomorrow afternoon. About the time the kids start hitting the buses to go home, it's supposed to start changing over. They're saying the roads won't get bad till, later on because it has to get down to about 28 and stay that way for a little while before the roads start freezing over,
Mm-hmm.
Because the traffic and all that during the day on them will keep it warm enough to, later that night when the traffic dies down, there's no traffic and temperatures really get down in the 20s. May start getting bad by the time I'm out here running.
There's a broad
an example. The same thing as a couple of weeks ago. The Wednesday into Thursday morning.
Yep, and there's a big swath stretching from Texas right up through your neck of the woods, and even through our area. There's a couple different models. One of the models is showing we could see a half-inch or more of ice. I think the GFS model has us into the couple of tenths, but heavier icing accumulation for southern Indiana through central Ohio. This could be another ugly one.
Yeah, the model earlier had it split in our county in half. I was actually where I live was going to be on the side that wasn't going to be freezing. The other side was going to be freezing. Right now, it's the whole northern half of the state. And then last night after I talked to you, after the show was over, as I was heading back into the area where I live, here come a tornado warning for our area.
Mm-hmm.
About the same, they was tornado on the same path as some of them. It was just north of Truman, but on the same path as back in December. But as far as we know, there wasn't much damage. It was all out in the rural area. There was some straight line wind damage all around northeast Arkansas, but the weather here, if you don't like it, just hang around a little bit. It'll change. You can see all 4 seasons in 1 week.
That's kind of what you're going to see
in one day.
Week. I mean, because you're going from very warm and tornado warnings last night to now just waiting for your winter storm warning.
Yeah. Well, we went from a tornado watch and tornado warning to a winter storm warning.
Just like that. Yeah.
And in between that, we had flooding. Last flood warning that we had. One of the highways that I travel on Saturday was underwater this morning. You couldn't travel it.
Wow.
It done went down now. It was a flash flood type deal. Did you see the email I sent you?
I believe so. Yeah, which refresh my memory. Which one was it?
We're getting a factory up here in the next county over that's going to manufacture electric vans.
Yeah,
in Osceola and Mississippi County, which is right along I-55.
Okay.
Some company that manufactures electric vans is putting a factory in there to manufacture electric vans.
I don't know if I got that one or
that's
not.
Going to be, I think they said 800 jobs.
That's a good thing. Well, I'll check on that. Now, one thing I know we're looking for here after the warm up we've seen, and even today when you're going to be 70 degrees in Washington D.C. and Philadelphia, the cold air is spilling in as we speak out of Canada, and I mean we're looking at like wind chill advisories and wind chill warnings, stretching them all the way down from the Texas Panhandle all the way up to the U.S.-Canadian border, and there's a number of areas in there. And when we're talking wind chill warnings, just how cold are we talking about? Tell you this, if you thought about maybe not needing to treat your fuel with the anti-gel and whatnot, because, hey, things have warmed up. Hold that thought and start treating that fuel. Just a couple of the advisories here. South Dakota, North Dakota, we're talking wind chill warnings. Wind chills as low as 45 below zero. portions of north central South Dakota. Yeah, and that's as we speak, and that's until the noon hour today, Wednesday. I mean, that gives you frostbite in as little as 10 minutes. Some of the other advisories for northeast South Dakota, west central Minnesota, wind chills as low as 45 below zero. And that's ongoing this morning, apparently. Now, let me flip on back and see a little bit, some of the areas further south. Parts of, say, like Nebraska, down toward the Kansas line. In northern Nebraska, you've also got wind chill warnings. So the wind chill's 30 to 35 below zero until the noon hour today. I mean, cold. Let's take a look. Northeastern Nebraska, wind chills 35 below zero. That warning in place again until the noon hour today. I mean, you talk about a change of the seasons. The cold is just dumping in well into the deep south, and that's why we've got winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings way down in eastern Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, and all that's going to be expanding up through the Ohio Valley into the northeast, and we'll return for our final hour just ahead. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases are down across the U.S., and in some places they're down more than 64%.
This has some hospitals going back to doing elective surgeries, including Indiana University Health. Dr. Paul Offit is a member of the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. He says the boosters have played a key role in us moving away from the pandemic and more to the endemic. He also tells MSNBC regarding booster shots.
This is a 3-dose vaccine for certain high-risk groups. Those over 65, those who are immune compromised, depending on the nature of their degree to which they're immune compromised, people who have comorbidities.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Democratic presidential candidate Michael Bloomberg penned a scathing op-ed on Tuesday warning Democrats are headed for a wipeout in November. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau continues to cling to emergency powers.
Although the Freedom Truckers protest has been squashed by the Canadian government, Canada's legislature on Monday approved extending the use of the special emergency powers to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for another 30 days. Canada's lower house of parliament approved it when they voted 185 to 151 in favor. Conservatives in Canada are arguing that the invocation of emergency powers threatens civil liberties for all Canadians. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
NBC experienced a ratings disaster after broadcasting the controversial Beijing Olympics, according to multiple mainstream reports. After the games ended, NBC clocked in at an average of 12.2 million daily primetime viewers of the events across all channels, including cable and Peacock, its online streaming service. That number was down 42% from the Winter Olympics of 2018. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A 4-year-old takes aim at police.
A 4-year-old child in Utah fired a weapon from the backseat of a car toward a police officer after being told to do so by his dad. Police were initially called to a McDonald's just outside of Salt Lake City after restaurant workers reported a man had pointed a gun toward employees after receiving the wrong order. Employees had the man pull in front of the restaurant and wait for the correct order and then called police. When the officers arrived, they asked the man to get out of the vehicle several times, but he refused to comply, so the officers pulled him out of the vehicle. While the man was being taken into custody, the 4-year-old was in the backseat of a car with a 3-year-old sibling, according to the Salt Lake City Police Department, when the father told him to fire. The officer swiped the gun to the side of the car and a round was fired, grazing the officer. There were no additional injuries, and the father is in custody facing charges of felony child abuse and threatening with the use of a dangerous weapon. This is USA Radio News.
Kyle Rittenhouse launched a new initiative he says will fundraise money to sue media organizations. Rittenhouse told Tucker Carlson he decided to launch the Media Accountability Project to hold the media accountable for lies and deal with them in court. To combat slumping ratings, the Academy Awards are undergoing a radical slimming down with 8 awards to be presented off-air during next month's telecast. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Convoy had a post this past day stating that they were getting hammered with spam, I guess, through the Facebook page. They actually turned off comments in an effort to try to clean up the post. Please report anything you see to the administrators. Do not report to Facebook itself, just the administrators, as we work tirelessly to delete and block any links to lives, Telegram sites, T-shirt ads. They're all spam. Yeah, people trying to capitalize and sell T-shirts and stickers and stuff to those participating in the convoy. Be aware, do not give them any of your hard-earned money. The only place to donate or support the People's Convoy is their website at thepeoplesconvoy.org, O-R-G. That is the one. So welcome back as we get our final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. TNCRadio.live, your free 24-hour station for news, weather, information, entertainment, developed by commercial drivers for commercial drivers. Of course, available on any internet-ready device at TNCRadio.live. So it looks like it's going to be a wild weather Wednesday coming up here. Listeners here on the Overnight Drive invited to call into TNCRadio.live's Morning Grind program to give updates, road conditions, weather conditions, as things will be changing swiftly today. You can actually use the one-button dialer on the TNCRadio.live app or listen at TNCRadio.live. Morning Grind starts at 9 a.m. Eastern. Of course, that'd be 6 a.m. Pacific time. That's every weekday following some of the other replays we'll catch this morning when we wrap things up at the 5 o'clock Eastern Time hour. Good to have you on board. So Trump speaks out this past day, having dealt closely with Russia's Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping for his 4 years as president. He said they're essentially twin sisters. And with what's transpiring with Russia and Ukraine, Trump says China wants Taiwan equally as bad. By the way, China's going to be next, he says. When asked on whether he truly believes China's going to invade Taiwan, he says absolutely. He is convinced. Not with me, they wouldn't have. They were waiting until after the Olympics. Now that the Olympics are over, just look at your stopwatch right now. Xi wants that too. It's almost like twin sisters right here because you have one that wants Taiwan, I think equally as bad as Russia wants Ukraine. Trump said he was able to keep Putin from invading during his administration, if only on mere bravado. He's acting a little differently, I think, now. After he boldly declared large swaths of Ukraine independent on Monday, I think he sees this opportunity. I know he always wanted Ukraine. I used to talk to him about it. I said, you can't do it. You're not going to do it. But I could see that he wanted it. I used to ask him. We used to talk about it at length. Nobody probably knows him better in terms of the discussions that we had. Now, just like Ukraine, Taiwan is not a NATO member country, but U.S. code does designate Taiwan shall be treated as though it were designated a major non-NATO ally. But at the same time, Trump, like Putin, he has been an outspoken critic of NATO. Look at NATO. I called it a paper tiger. As soon as problem comes up, you're going to have people that pull away. And I got them to pay $400 billion. There were 8 countries out of 28 that were paid up, including us. We were paid up. We were more than paid up. But we were having to make up the difference. Yeah, I recall that well, yeah. All those so-called members of NATO not paying their fair share along the way, but wanting us to pick up the tab. Hello to the Rambler. What's going on this morning?
Well, praise God, Steve. And if you're listening to us on TNC Radio Live, you've got the best show on that station. Because you got from, I don't care if you're in Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between. You got Steve Sommers pumping out audio gold from the hot shot secret bunker in the metropolis town of Cincinnati. My dear brother, glad to hear from you again. Glad to talk to all of God's children out there, and got a couple of praise reports. I was glad to hear about Mercedes Cantrell and God doing a miracle with her. That just brought tears to my eyes. Pappy said that. We've been praying for another young man, Alan Hall. He had a massive heart attack a while back, Steve, and while he was in the hospital, they also found he had a tumor on his left kidney, and he had kidney cancer. And they didn't think they were going to be able to operate on him. So we started praying for Alan. Heart, I mean, you know, when you have a heart attack, the heart muscle does not regenerate the part that's damaged. Some of his heart muscle was able to regenerate itself. It's only by a miracle from God. And he's able to have heart surgery this morning, not heart surgery, kidney surgery. They got to remove one of his kidneys. But the cancer has not metastasized. It stayed in that kidney. And his heart is strong enough they can go in there, do the surgery. He should be able to live a normal, happy life. And I'm just happy that Knuckle Buster's daughter's doing good. And Pauline Jett, our 83-year-old West Virginian gal, is getting better, getting stronger. Her daughter says, Martha says that she's able to climb up steps. She has to have an oxygen tank, but said that this tough gal is getting stronger. So, you know, folks, God is moving. A lot of times you may not can see it, but, you know I can see it and I can feel it, Steve, and I'm so happy about that. And was I right or was I right about the Daytona 500? Well, it was a no-name driver that ended up winning it. And, of course, he drove a Ford. And, I'm more of a Chevy person myself, especially when that man named the Intimidator drove that black number 3, you know, that. So, yeah, I stuck with that there. But, you know, Steve, I woke up this evening, you know, with a sense of urgency to, you know, get this off my chest. You know, I'm glad you were talking about, you know, President Trump saying the things he said about Putin, and we're on the subject of, you know, Russia already invading the Ukraine, China wishing to invade Taiwan. We know that's going to happen, but my eyes is on Israel. That's where my focus is. It's on Israel, because there is an alliance there. Ishmael and Isaac have shook hands. There is an alliance. I can almost guarantee you when Gog and Magog starts making its way down there, and they form up and they beat back, they get back and they beat back Gog and Magog, and they reconstruct that third temple, which is already prefabbed as it is. And they sacrificed that red heifer, which, by the way, there's 6 of them in the land of Israel now. It's a matter of time. You know, Steve, I go to the Word of God. And, the Lord Jesus tells me this right here. If you give me a minute, I want to read it. Do I have a minute?
Go ahead.
Our Lord Jesus says this: "But when ye shall hear of wars and commotions, be not terrified, for these things must first come to pass, but the end is not by and by. Then said he unto them, Nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, great earthquakes shall be in diverse places, and famines, and pestilences, and fearful sights, and great signs shall there be from heaven. And there shall be signs in the sun, in the moon, in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with great power and great glory." Things begin to come to pass. Jesus says, "Look up and lift your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh." Jesus also says, "But about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, and so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For the days before the flood, people were eating, drinking, marrying, giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark, and they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. That is how it's going to be at the coming of the Son of Man." God's children, I'm here to tell you right now, call me a foolish person. I don't care if you say I don't care, you know. You can criticize me, ridicule me. All I know is I have an edict. All I know is when I was called to preach this gospel, started Determined Ministries Church, the Lord flat out told me, "Tell my people that my coming is expedient," and expedient means fast. Mm-hmm. And the Lord spoke again to me. He said, "Tell my people it's not far off." And God's children, that's why I'm out here preaching this gospel, telling as many people as I can about Jesus. I may look like Henny Penny running around here talking about the sky is falling, but I'm here to tell you right now, you won't find in the Bible the word rapture. It's going to be a great coming away. And it's about to happen. And if you can't see things that's happening around you, then you're never going to see. And 1 minute, And I'm here to tell you right now, you better be able to save this audio gold, because, Steve, I believe you're saved. And when this happens, Steve Sommers ain't going to be here to tell you no more. Brother Rambler ain't going to be here. There's going to be a lot of other people that ain't going to be here no more. So if you're left behind during this time of Jacob's troubles, you need to record this and reflect back on what we tried to tell you. Praise God. I know I'm preaching tonight, but if you want to hear more, and listen, if you need prayer, all you have to do is go to Determined Ministries Church. Message me right there on Messenger. You ain't got to tell me your business. That business is between God and yourself. All you have to say is, Brother Rambler or Brother Perry, I need prayer. There's something going on. I need you to pray for me. And you know what? Man, I will do it. And I'm going to tell you right now, God's children, I believe in prayer. I believe in the healing power of Jesus Christ. Will everybody get healed? No. I wish I could say that there were. But God does heal, and he still moves and he still works, Steve. I mean, I look at your son, everything that you went through and he put you through as an adolescent. Look at the man he's become now. You can't tell me that God doesn't move in a situation like that, So, amen. And I'm just ready for, man, I tell you what, brother, as much as I want to see heaven, as much as I want to be up there and I see dirty diapers again and I see my grandparents and I hug my Lord and Savior, man, there's still a duty that needs to be done here on earth. There's still lost souls. I give you a prime example. I'm not trying to take up too much of your time. If you got to cut to a break, I understand. You just cut me off. Yesterday, I went to Arby's, got me and Miss Rambler a little beef and cheddar sandwich, and place where I went to is a huge homeless population out there, and they were fussing about some homeless girl. God bless her, she was higher than a Georgia pine. I don't know what she was high on, but they're all fussing at this girl, telling her to get out. All I can do is shake my head and have love and compassion. So you know what? I know this girl's doing wrong. I know that she don't need to be doing what she's doing, but this lady has a mama. This lady has a daddy. This lady has people that somewhere in the world that cares for her. We got to be able to show the love of Christ through us. And if we can't show the love of Christ through us, then what are we doing? That's why I always tell you, I don't care what color you are. I don't care how fat or skinny you are. You know what? When I tell you I love you, I mean every last word of it. Because I know if Jesus Christ can love you, buddy, I can love you. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care. The fact is, with every bad word, with everything that comes out, I see a hurting and I see a lost soul that needs the love of Christ. And I'm going to end on this. As I end every service, and you can find us, Steve, at Determined Ministries Church. Look, we go live every Sunday night at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I just preach what God gives me to preach. I don't just do this all on my own. I just preach what God gives me. You're more than welcome to just, if you don't have a church or you don't feel comfortable because you've been church hurt, look, you can find us. And you can come on for the comfort of your own home or the comfort of your truck. There's a lot of drivers that listen to us going down the road. You got a home with us. You got someone that's going to love you. You got someone that's going to pray for you. Like I said, message me. If you need prayer, you ain't got to tell me what it is. God already knows. I'll pray for you. Absolutely. But Steve, thank you for this platform. Thank you, brother. I love you, man. And drivers out there, Brother Rambler truly loves you. And if you don't know Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, man, let's get it right. Let's get you under the blood of Christ. And remember, God's children, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, and it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and my Lord, yes, he does, then Brother Rambler can love you, and I know I do. Thank you, Steve, and God bless you, brother.
Thank you much, Rambler. Good to hear from you. The Steve Sommers overnight drive chaplain, as Chevy guy referred to him here a few weeks ago. All right, let's see. Looking at a message from Santa Claus. He says, top of the morning, I'll be leaving Nellis Air Force Base, Las Vegas, about 0400 hours this morning. Of course, now he's on West Coast time, headed toward the L.A. area. I'll be driving near the convoy staging area in Adelanto, California. Before they depart, I have direct orders not to participate due to who I drive for, so I will march on. I sent you here a bit ago the current road conditions of I-80 and State Route 58. 58's closed due to snow. That may affect any trucks coming in from the coast. They may want to participate in the convoy there. Okay, so I'm looking at I-80 conditions, high wind advisory in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. For, in the Northern California area, Sierra Nevada, for eastbound traffic, chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From Nyack to Truckee. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Drivers must have maximum chains in their possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. For westbound traffic, it's about the same, looks like here. Westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno. Must have maximum chains in possession to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Now, real quick, he mentioned 58. There you go. That's in Central California, closed from Tower Line Road in Edison to California City Boulevard in Warren. Snow. Motorists advised use an alternate route, and you've got that high wind advisory in effect as well. So be careful out there. Folks coming in from, I guess, all different directions to join up with the convoy there. Some of them not really driving in the best road conditions this morning, huh? Eskimo Mom also sent me a link to the story of the fire that transpired over the weekend here, where 24 tankers were used from numerous fire departments from 5 counties. A huge structure fire at Shelby Transport Incorporated on State Route 65 in Jackson Center back on Sunday night. Cause of the fire at the cargo and freight trucking company undetermined as it remains under investigation. But they do say we had a total of 24 tankers in our tanker shuttle. We had 2 fill sites. One was a municipal hydrant and the other, full site, was a closed proximity pond to the scene. So I basically pooled resources from 4 surrounding counties other than Shelby County. So we had Shelby County, Glaze County, Logan County, and Champaign County, and Miami County. 5 counties. Anyway, the loss is a substantial dollar amount, number yet to be set. He said the cause of the fire does not appear to be suspicious at this time. Business was not open at the time of the fire. No one was inside the building at the time of the fire, so no injuries reported. But they had an initial dispatch structure fire at Shelby Transport. And when we arrived, there was active fire in the backside of the building. It was confirmed a working fire. Flames were visible right away. Of course, things continue to grow. The business is multi-purpose structure where there were vehicles, trailers, equipment, tools, all destroyed for a total loss. Building had 6 semi-tractors, a couple of tow motors, and a couple of trailers, all with other equipment and tools at the time of the blaze. A complete loss for that particular company. Get a news break and more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases are down across the U.S., and in some places they're down more than 64%.
This has some hospitals going back to doing elective surgeries, including Indiana University Health. Dr. Paul Offit is a member of the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. He says the boosters have played a key role in us moving away from the pandemic and more to the endemic. He also tells MSNBC regarding booster shots.
This is a 3-dose vaccine for certain high-risk groups, those over 65, those who are immune compromised, depending on the nature of their degree to which they're immune compromised, people who have comorbidities.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Democratic presidential candidate Michael Bloomberg penned a scathing op-ed on Tuesday warning Democrats are headed for a wipeout in November. This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're
We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, I was just looking over some of our chat conversations going on via YouTube and Facebook, and it looks like one of I guess someone new joined us this morning. Eric. Morning, Eric. I know you've been chatting with friends there, and down toward the tail end of the conversation, he says, I'm glad to find a good chat room, good folks here. And Barry said, yeah, mostly seasoned drivers here. And he said, yeah, like chatting with the old back in the day drivers. Makes me think back to the good times. I think somewhere up there, Eric said he no longer drives. I believe he's had a number of eye surgeries, like 4 surgeries. So his days out on the road are pretty much over, but good to have you on board, Eric. Tell your friends about us. We'd love to have more folks like you to join us here at the Overnight Drive. All right, what do we have? Washington State Police. Here's another blitz that's ongoing. It started yesterday, actually. Tuesday, continues Wednesday and Thursday. Washington State Police conducting a 3-day commercial vehicle blitz this week. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, I-5, Pierce County, Washington. According to the State Patrol, Detachment 14 is joining Commercial Vehicle Division troopers and commercial vehicle officers for this emphasis focused on providing the best in public safety services. So troopers on the lookout for any commercial vehicle violations. Again, this is a 3-day blitz. And if you had missed it, Arizona pretty much kicked off a 4-day blitz that also started on Tuesday, continues through the end of the week. They were focused, I know I-10 was one focused interstate, and I think they had a north-south along the line there in Arizona. Just a heads up there. Meanwhile, to the Chevy guy. What's happening, Chevy guy?
Hey, pretty good. First off, St. George, South Carolina. That's I-95 south of I-26. It's 63 degrees. Wonderful weather. Got the air conditioner on its truck. A 5J fuel is $4.09 a gallon. So there's the business end of it. Okay, everybody's going after each other. You know, that overview. We got the Eagle upset about crossing bridges and shouldn't be blocking it. Now, I assume it's because it's blocking traffic. You had horse feathers saying it ain't good to block traffic around the Beltway because you're going to, block traffic. Well, think about it. You got people trying to get to work. You got ambulances with people in there life-threatening. You understand there's a lot of things there that, they're not going to care about our little issue. And you got, Moose said, if you don't have your name on the door, my 44 years of trucking don't matter. And, I don't take anything everybody's saying. You got heat waving and upset about stuff. Hey, I don't take any of it literal. I don't take it personal. I think it's the pot of conversation, and you got to just listen to what everybody's saying. I love it. It's great radio. Had a guy call in yesterday. He says, "What's going on?" It's great radio. I mean, everybody's thrown out. We're all passionate over what we're thinking. Okay, now, Canada aside, we understand that. We're seeing that nightmare up there. God, we're praying for you, Terry. But, all right, now this issue, let me get this clear, is these convoys are for a protest against the mandates, the jabs and the masks, correct?
Yes, the mandates. Yes.
Okay. Wasn't you reporting last week that already because of Biden, everybody, all the Democrats riding on this thing with the Biden, and Biden's going nosediving and already collapsing? Don't be surprised if you have Democrat governors joining up with the mandate protest. I mean, they're already trying to get out of that because they're already seeing that their people in their states are looking for blood, and they know that their blood's going to be in the water come next election. So it seems like it's already coming, being brought down. So I'd really like to see it be something more like the I'm lucky. I run on a timesheet. I'm on agriculture. But man, it'd be how hard would it be to just say, hey, get rid of the stupid e-logs, man?
Yeah,
I mean, in a 24-hour period, 11 hours in a 24-hour period, 1 hour gives you 1 hour a day to look for a place to park. 11 hours, and then as long as you're looking for a place to park for the overnight, that's it. Other than that, we 1 hour to check your rig, to check, to make sure, you can break that up any time in the day, but within a 24-hour period, 11 hours behind the wheel. If that means if you drive 2 hours, you drive 4 hours one time, but you can't go more than 11 hours behind the wheel, no more than 700 miles a day. That's boom. How hard is this? I mean,
well, now you're getting to trucking specific issues with the general public don't really have any clue and any interest in, and that's why when the first report of this so-called convoy was being discussed, I said, who's in charge? What is the message? It has to be a clear, direct, concise message. It can't be this mishmash of I don't like ELDs. I don't like the proposal to have to take a sleep apnea test. I don't like this. It's got to be specific to one thing. Yeah. And the people really have, in Canada, we saw, joined in to support the truckers specifically about mandates, forcing masks and vaccination requirements on the people.
I know, but it already looks like it's already because of Biden. His numbers are in the tank, and he's still saying that the coronavirus is still the most important thing on his plate. At least I heard Peppermint Patty say that.
Well, he just in the last couple of days renewed the declaration of emergency for the whole country. Again, that was just a couple of days ago. So I don't know the date when it's now supposed to expire, but I don't think it's anytime soon. I think they're planning on continuing to drag this out.
Yeah, but I think it's going to die off because there's just too many Democrats in the party that are looking, and they're saying there's going to be blood in the water. It's going to be mine because we're following after this nitwit. So, and if, I'm sorry, well, you already read the stats for his, the numbers have gone so deep. Pretty soon his numbers will be below the number, and he won't have any support. Even his wife might not support him before it's over with. But other than that, Blind Man, by the way, is riding along with me so he can listen to a good part of the show. And other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and just pray that nobody brings a Confederate flag, Nazi flag. Nobody brings a shotgun to these things, because as soon as they do that, it's cooked. It's all cooked.
Yep.
But I like what Monkey Gouger said earlier. Remember the protests they had? They had all these trucks around. That was with a friendly administration. Donald J. Trump was friendly, but his administration only seen the ATA and their big numbers and he only listens to them. And that's not listening to the drivers behind the wheel, the driver's issues. But Monkey Gouger said he went down and talked to his representatives here lately under this new regime, and they looked at him and said, "Well, you're going to have to get more of us elected because until you get more of us elected that are friendly to your cause, it's not going to get done." And so we'll see what happens. It just we don't have a lot of friends in D.C. right now, and we didn't have a lot of support for the little guy, even when we did have friendly disease. And I don't really hold that against him, but it just he made up for it because there's so much work to do. I think that we all know what's good for America is good for trucking. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
As you say, 10-4, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning out there. Thank you very much. Well, Spleaky, yeah, we've been hearing that in the news breaks there. Bloodbath come election time. Democrats not seeking re-election this year. Yeah, the numbers continue to grow. Is now at a 30-year high, according to The Hill. The spur of Democrat retirements marks the third time since 1978 when either party has seen at least 30 retirements in a single cycle. According to Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball, there are a lot of signs this is not going to be a good year for Democrats. Despite the retirements, they're still trying to put on their best face, highlighting that they believe will be an accomplishments. You know, the $1 trillion infrastructure bill, COVID-19 relief. They think the votes are going to be on their side come November. Yeah, Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, a Democrat out of New York, head of the Democrats' campaign arm, says, yeah, these are real results for the American people. A record that we'll be proud to play against on either side's absence of a plan. Yeah, you plan on campaigning on that. How about you campaign on what has been the flood of illegals in the southern border? Yeah, the lack of doing anything to stop that. I mean, absolutely nothing. Surely those questions will be coming up during your town hall discussions, if they're willing to hold any. How about you campaign on the rampant inflation that's impacting each and every one of your constituents? I don't care what part of the country you represent, everybody's paying more. The pain at the pump, especially for you California constituents. Ask your rep what they're going to do about your $6 per gallon gasoline. There are some areas in LA that are charging over $6 a gallon already. What else you want to campaign on? Make sure you highlight all of Joe Biden's great accomplishments. How about, for instance, how great he has done with foreign relations? You know, how well we're getting along with the likes of our counterparts in Russia, in China, in North Korea, for instance. Things are going so well with international relations with this administration. You've got so many great things to campaign on for the midterm elections. Don't make me laugh. We'll be back in 2 as we head down the home stretch this Wednesday, Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Truck and Phil checking in this morning. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. Here we go, coffee up. You sent those to WANE.com, the stories out of Indiana to your email. That's just crazy. Anyway, ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, flip back to Fort Wayne. Countdown is on, 305 days till Christmas. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil, good to have you on board. Hello to Kentucky Ken this morning. What's happening?
Hey, how are you, Steve?
Doing well.
Enjoy the show as always. Good, good. What a difference a week makes. Last week in the disaster up in Missouri, and this week I'm running down Florida towards the Turnpike. But I just wanted to say, you know how long I've been listening to you, and I truly think it's a blessing you're back on, and I want to reach out to Rambler and just say how inspirational I think he is to everyone who listens to your show on a regular basis. And God bless him for what's he doing. And I know you're coming close to the close of the show, so I just wanted to say good morning and be safe out there, guys and gals.
Hey, it's great to hear from you, Kentucky Ken. Be safe, and you picked a good week to be down in that southern tier there, Florida, because that's a lot better than rolling through the mess, which there's going to be another similar kind of setup, a mess in parts of Missouri. By the time we come back this evening, this storm really beginning to gain steam. I think for the big ice storm, it's going to be more of a, I guess probably really convening Thursday morning, maybe even during our program and through the day Thursday. That's going to be number 2 of our back-to-back cross-country storms. Still enjoying your warm temperatures there on the East Coast today. Temperatures approaching 70 in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Now, those areas, get ready for a dramatic change. Even in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh areas, you may ultimately have a brief period of snow or ice that will make for some slippery conditions. We're looking ahead toward Thursday into Friday in that zone of the country. Looks like the heaviest snow from this second storm, the really big stuff, is going to be up in the southern tier of New York, on up into New England, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts. Going to be a broad swath of 6 to 12 inches, pockets of 12 to 18 inches. And AccuWeather says some, especially the higher elevations, may see 30 inches of snow in portions of central and southern Vermont, New Hampshire, into the northwestern portions of Massachusetts there. Big-time airline delays will be in the offing once again as well. As we kind of wrap things up here, wind things down here on a Wednesday morning, what do we got coming up here in just a few minutes, as a matter of fact? On TNCRadio.live, 5 a.m. Eastern. Table lights this week. Tom Kelly and Tom Kirk talk with Larry and Angie Baum about their life and experiences out there on the road. Several things they'll be chatting about, talking about cooking on the truck, a brake fire, and even their experience with an attempted suicide by truck. Could be interesting. Next week, Ice Road trucker Alex drops in to update everyone on his work this year on ice roads there, recalls some of his early experience, including hunting a bear with the wrong ammunition. You don't go hunting a bear with the .22. It'll be interesting to see what he was actually attempting to do out there. And again, following that, later this morning, then TNC Radio Live, 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Central, Women Road Warriors with Shelley Johnson, Kathy Tuccaro. On this episode, interviewing New York Times bestselling author Dr. Heidi Hanna, the stress detective, as she's known. Pretty much a straightforward conversation about how drivers, those of you out there on the road, can maybe better navigate the stress while traveling life's highways. Good stuff coming your way. So we'll see you back here once again at the midnight hour tonight, overnightdriveradio.com, tncradio.live. See you then. Have a safe day. I'm Steve Sommers, and this has been the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.